Well, honorable members, you may now got quorum. So you may ask him, Honorable Minister of Energy Long, sing out in prayer now in the morning.
Guide us to make the appropriate decisions, especially I ask the leaders of this nation for continuing that we may discharge honestly and truthfully the services required by our people of this nation. Father Lord, we thank you for all the blessings you have bestowed upon us. We also thank you for bringing us to this world through our mothers, individual mothers' wombs, and you have got our people to enable us to bring them in our respective districts and electorates. Let us all say our Lord's Prayer together. Our Father,
honorable members, me also chair bin electoral clear lo sila parliament long election lo leader of opposition even got to pass I come up lo me one black am lo leader of opposition member of long kiruna good enough honorable Douglas Tumrasi. Now I'm la pass ikam long honorable James Namane, member of Suave. Tubla letter sikanomi emi I conflicting lo record lo word walikisim. So lo display the soul. And me now also say make him the look sabe also. Until such time, all opposition only holding proper caucus meeting blongol. Nalagyan makim nubla leader or only makim current leader of opposition is Soviet. And until such time, me still look sabe long. Honorable Douglas Tumrasi, member of long, Kiruna good enough for some opposition leader. Sia tu iksim narpla pasikam nom leader of opposition long revoke him appointment belong honorable member of the Suave, also deputy opposition leader, and I may appoint him. Honorable James Donald, member of the North Fly, also deputy opposition leader, MCA to Iluk Savela Despla. So, Nupla deputy opposition leader, and Honorable James Donald, a member of the North Fly. So, all some past time we talk finish until such time all opposition all sit down. No, only hold him proper caucus long all. Now they like make him send his opposition leader and all this lah. And now look sabe blosia by stop also. Also me kind of finish. All honorable members, me like kisim besa look sabe. Lo talk lo yumi al semigarol sumatin al teacher long Erebu Adventist Primary School. Nal sumatin al teachers lo Sacred Heart Berena Primary School. Lo Central Province al staff quantem yumi now lo public gallery so lo behalf lo Parliament. Me warm me salem or extend him this lo welcome lo ibla lo staff lo Parliament. Any petitions? Notices? Mr. Clark?
Notice the Minister of Council and Electoral Government Affairs give notice to the celebration the promise not to alter the local law on council governments and local government for related purposes.
Asking me no talk sabe longan popular 10-5 minute. Honorable member Blo Abao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my question, we have copies to the Minister of Provincial Affairs and Local Government Affairs. I wish to, on behalf of the people of Abao, congratulate the member for Electoral Government. Speaker, 12 days before polling of the local level government, the Electoral Commissioner issued a notice that the polling would be deferred to September 22nd, which means that it was effectively delayed by another 3 months. Just 12 days before the polling started. In the notice that the Electoral Commission released on the 30th of June, the Electoral Commissioner highlighted 4 reasons why the LG elections were deferred. And may I be given the opportunity to outline some of the 4 that will form the basis of my questions. Number 1, the unprecedented scale and complexity of elections underway, which included the Motokoita elections and then the different modes of elections in 12 provinces where board members are where people will elect the president, and then in Mamasa in the highlands, the board members after the election elect the president. And obviously the by-elections were part of them, so there was this complexity. Mr. Speaker, highlighting
the need and the failure by the executive government to undertake this important local level government at this time, knowing very, very well that we were entering the 50th anniversary year, and then this complexity of elections highlighted by the Electoral Commission. Second reason he said was proclamation of late notification on new wards and new local level government. The NCC approved 541 new wards, 43 new LLGs, 500 plus wards and 73 LLGs were provided to the Electoral Commission in May 2025, 1 month after the ritual issue. Mr. Speaker, this points to the poor administration and management of the LLG elections at day one. The NEC approved 541 new wards, 43 new LLGs, and the Minister for Provincial Affairs and Local Level Government and the Minister responsible for LLGs and his secretary and his department failed to prepare these new wards and LLGs in readiness for the LLG election. The third and further 1,000 new ward rolls were to be prepared after the ritual issue. I'm not making it up, it is coming straight from the Electoral Commission public notice. 43% of the 39 districts had different wards and LLG structures to the 2022 elections. 118 out of 334 LLGs, or 32%, have been established or established since 2019. So, NEC in its decision, in my view, Mr. Speaker, messed this entire system up to begin with. Third reason was administrative irregularities requiring resolution by
Honorable Member for Baruche is interrupting you. You are making statements. Can you ask your question?
I want to give this background because the questions are straightforward. The people of Papua New Guinea need to know why is it 12 months before the polling started, the Electoral Commission deferred the LLG election. Ogara line also company candidate job, Ogara money finished 12 days before that. Anyway, many irregularities. Fourth one and the final one was funding and procurement delays. The 100 billion appropriated in 2024 budget was never delivered until March 2025. The 2025 budget appropriation was never delivered by the time the Electoral Commission issued this notice in June of 2025. Mr. Speaker, the questions are, can the Prime Minister admit that the government has drastically failed the people of Papua New Guinea by badly preparing for the mess that his government through NEC decisions created? And can the Prime Minister apologize to the people? Can the Prime Minister acknowledge that the NEC failed in its hurry to approve so many wards and so many LLGs? Can the Prime Minister inform this Honourable House Where are these new wards? Where are these LLGs? Can the Honorable House be given the privilege of that information? Can the Prime Minister acknowledge that the NEC decision after so-called consulting with the provincial government to hold two different modes of elections for president, and the Prime Minister admit that that was a mistake, and that can the Prime Minister and his minister make an undertaking to provide a legislative that will conduct a uniform process in the LLG elections rather than two different modes of LLG elections. I would have thought, Mr. Speaker, that the Highlands region and the Mombasa region, according to the Parliamentary Committee on Elections, noted that these were hotspots in the 2022 elections. That the NEC and the Electoral Commissioner would have allowed the presidents to be elected by the people in these two hotspots as readiness for the 2027 elections, preparing the processes better for the coming national elections. Can the Prime Minister make an undertaking to remove two people, that is a Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Local Level Government, because they failed to prepare this excess number of wards and LLGs in readiness for the LLG elections. The second person I'm recommending for the NEC to replace instead is the current Electoral Commissioner, because he has passed his legal biological age for retirement. Lastly, can I ask the Prime Minister to explain to the people of Papua New Guinea the reasons to allow the Electoral Commissioner to verify the reason why the Electoral Commissioner delayed this important election by 3 months to polling to take place on the 27th. And finally, by the time I had a visit from my district CEO 1 week before the polling, because he was called by the provincial election manager to have a meeting. When he came back, he told me that the province had not received any funding from the Electoral Commission. Can, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister make sure that this important issue of timely funding will be managed better than it had been for many, many years, particularly during the elections? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
First 6 years of my life in North Flight Mission, I want to congratulate North Flight. The highest office in the opposition, His Majesty's opposition. I want to also put sound on beginning the Idaho of teachers. There was one Saturday I went unannounced to Idaho for had something and I was graciously hosted by them, which I'm not going to put in the other room, because I'm not going to bring it upstairs on the way. And to all our teachers, thank you for staying faithful. Not just in the room, but right throughout the length of our country. Question for Member Blama for the popular question. You like reminded Jimmy Okada and our country. We need election in heaven now, successful time. We are picking up from the slacks of 2017 election preparations. 2017, national elections in Iran, LNG elections were deferred with no proper programming or unprogrammed deferral based on, at the time, the rush to stage 2017 elections. So the LNG elections was indirectly pushed back as a consequence of the 2017 lack of preparations. So we pick up the 2020, the energy elections in midterm with no consequential legislative amendments to anchor the midterm elections last term. It is what it is, it has happened. So energy elections for last term happened, I think in 2018 or 2019 is my memory. I stand to be correct. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament will be reminded that I think sometimes last year we passed a law securing that LNG elections now, that has also a retrospective effect and giving affirming the 5-year tenancy of the last return of rates for all LNGs and in starting midterm elections for all LNGs. This time we're having midterm going forward. So that's an indirect consequence of the 2017 LNG elections. We've now arrived at a system and something that I am seeing it in the positive, that we will have something similar to what happened in the U.S. Congress or Australian Senate, U.S. Senate, where midterms and rotations going on in leadership. Mr. Speaker, we have you on the leader in terms of the LNG process. It's clearly important that this is a group of leaders and we like kissing is a question that talks sorry to from all the candidates that you start nationwide for you to feel the pain of this seemingly unpreparedness and seemingly actual deferral that has taken place that has affected the length of time. So questions to a question, wrong method, wrong method that will happen affecting all the candidates who are made throughout the country. The Senate was a council of president, but nonetheless, it is not abandoned, the election is still happening. Cabinet was advised of the consequences of running election right in the face of a 50th and the contestants that were taking place. And the Electoral Commissioner is not wrong. There were many elections running at the same time, all demanding time, resource, and supervision from the Electoral Commission. Right now, 6 by-elections running. Multi-quota assembly was running. The autonomous region of Bougainville, while we have no direct oversight, as an element of resource allocation and just a lateral glance at what is happening there, the Bougainville government's election is running. And of course, the LNG, compounded with the also the local level government trying to clear population-based submissions that came in. And these submissions are as old as 5-6 years dates back sometime that these energies must change. These energies must change, or the wards must be split, the energies must be created. Those submissions came in, I agree, came in, and some came in pretty late. The good news is that we have made some advice from the Electoral Commission that those energies that are new to be stopped in past time, because we look at following supplementary election PR. But the other energies are running its course. We intend to deliver the energy elections as we scheduled. I want to we say to all our people and all our contestants on the ground. Someone from, I just give an example from Electoral. The fly-out candidates. I call them fly-out candidates. They don't live in Tarek. They live in Moscow and they just want to go out there and nominate them. And then they come back. For me, an indirect benefit is that it eliminates the fly-out candidates. The actual LLG leadership must be on the ground with the people. So even if it is 1 month late, for me, for Taliban, eliminates the fly-out candidates. Election of Councillor, you must leave the other people on the ground, not like that. Councillor, you're not spending money on our Councillor. Leadership for you, Massive for you, Toto for you, Scaling Tiger for you, Killing Pig for you, Mocha for you, and leadership on the ground. So indirectly, that extension has eliminated the fly-out, caste-based politics that has eroded the value of leadership. Time in the hindsight, the pushback like you must have declared unparalleled in elections. Elections will still run after the 50th occasion has been dealt with. After September 16, elections comes up the next week. So without Soros, I was of course an inconvenience for your candidate. It is what it is. Electoral Commission is aware. Electoral Commission is aware. I don't supervise everyday work the Electoral Commissioner. My own views of the Electoral Commission and the way it's running, I just want to be transparent. I'm not happy with the way it's running. It's really a recurring job every 5 years for the Electoral Commission to be prepared for elections. And the process in dealing with incompetency is there. Incompetencies at all levels, the process will be deployed. There are certain where leadership is maintained or leadership is removed. About your concern is as good as my concern. We are absolutely concerned about the capacity of the key of these constitutional officers, including the Electoral Commission, some of the statistics are clearly covered those key officers are looked into. I would not say I have power to deal with them in response to questions like this. Certainly, based on competency, performance, and circumstances arise, the due processes will take its course to see whether these officers could be held by current incumbent or otherwise go forward. And I want to say, suffice to say, I hope this round of my response in summary, right to raise your 5 or 6 questions you raised. I'll get my office to get through the questions you raised. If I could ask that honorable member to finish inviting the questions to me, we'll get a good response back to you in writing, as well as look into some of the matters that this will move. Through our LG contestants nationwide, the extension has come to also indirectly show you don't need money to win your seat at the elections. Your leadership will ensure people vote for you. To our people throughout the country, I'm like councillor, president, contestant come offering money, nobody can see money. Or even people, members of the parliament, no one asking money and nobody can see money. It's about time we move to a state to vote for leaders based on the merit of voting for leaders. I want to also indicate, as I'm reminded in my notes, the two-presidential system is something that we all must actually fix. Both sides of the House. So as part of our 50th anniversary work in the reset, I received stress or contest in my own caucus from the governors, and we have 2 clusters of governors. One wants people to elect the LG presidents. One wants the LG presidents to come up with the board councillors to elect the president. I think all of us go deep with it, and we all agree. As a good senior member said, there should be one format of election of presidents for our country. That's something to present to our people that are 50 years in our discourse. Thank you to us, the member that should be questions, those questions are very inviting. I will make a concerted effort to reply also from this parliament.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable Governor Blong. Morobe?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the leave to ask the supplementary question.
Before I proceed with that supplementary question, on behalf of the people of Robbie Province, constituted of almost 1 million people, I'd like to congratulate the new member for Central Reporting Building who's been elected by the process of by-election. I congratulate you. And I don't need to tell you what you need to do, but I think all of this is very clear. And I'm sure you will work with the President this month to to implement or to make sure the dreams of the ordinary people are realized one day. And you have my support, and anything that I need to support you and you need my help, I will stand by to help you. Mr. Speaker, I very much supplementary question to the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Prime Minister, the Section 34, Constitution 1 of the Organic Law on Provincial and Local Level Government states very clearly that the election of the National Parliament pursuant to Section 105 of the Constitution and the election of the elected President must be concurrent. Concurrent. That is the words of Section 34. Unfortunately, the election of the elected President, I understand that previously was in 2019. And 2019, so if you're calculating as 5-year term or lifetime of the Electoral Council President or Electoral Council, it will expire last year, 2024. So if they continue to hold position as a board councillor and as a LMG, it will be legal. If you're going by 5 years, if you're going by Section 34, subsection 1 meaning together with Section 105 will be against the Constitution. Unfortunately, Prime Minister, the election has not been conducted concurrently. And we have challenged, Mr. Speaker, in the Supreme Court, Mount Gilroy, the referrer, and the Board of Provincial Government, Provincial Executive Council as the intervener, the challenge is the Supreme Court. And we told the Supreme Court...
Honorable Governor, what is your supplementary question?
I appreciate. I will just finish in a very short time. Because the Prime Minister needs to know the context in which I'm asking this question, or I'm going to ask this question. So the Supreme Court has made a wrong decision. We argued in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has made a wrong decision.
We have a point of order. Honourable Minister, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the governor of the Board of Ministerial is the head employer on behalf of the President. He shouldn't be discussing members of the court in this forum, especially in Parliament, and trying to criticize whether this is the Court is going right. That's up to the Supreme Court. This is Supreme Court straight to this subject because today is the
Point of order, in order, Minister. Honorable Governor Morbe, you go straight to ask him, you. No. Through the chair.
If it continues, yes, then I will be stopped. Mr. Speaker, so my question is, the ruling of the Supreme Court made it is discretionary, it's no longer compulsory. That is why the Speaker of the Electoral Commissioner is continuing to extend it his own will. Because the interpretation is wrong.
Must be finished.
So I'm asking the Prime Minister, I know that you have no power in the Constitution any of this country to direct the Electoral Commission to act in the way we are doing. But you're the head of the government. You're in control of this government. You have every right to tell him what the government and the people of this nation think to the goodness of the people of this country. So, Prime Minister, I'm asking you, could you tell or recommend, that's the right word, recommend to the Electoral Commissioner to declare this election indefinitely until we fix the law. And
fixing the law, making sure the lifetime of the council president and council board is legislative. It is 5 years, 5 years. And it starts from when and finishes on when. We need the legislation to fix that thing. Second, Dr. Campbell rightly puts it in relation to the election of the council president and the board councillors. There must be uniformity in this country in relation to the manner in which we elect and the title that is going to hold in relation to the council president and the board. So I'm asking you, for the sake of uniformity in this country, can we have the council president in the bill there, council president to be elected by the people, and that term is 5 years, and the council should be elected by the people, and their term should be 5 years. I ask in your message, Prime Minister, to recommend to the Electoral Commission. Otherwise, we will have Electoral Commission play game and making the people suffer is not the member for how is killing his parliament and the nation together. And the councils are really suffering.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like to thank you, Governor Norway, the Honourable Governor William, and asking this supplementary question. Again, I stand to be corrected that it is in my considered view that this Parliament has already considered an amendment, and there is an amendment to law that has secured midterm 5-year running, retrospective to the last time the election was held, so effectively has legalized the vacuum created as a result of the 2017 deferment. But let me get my notes revised. I'll get the relevant minister and the department to affirm whether there is a vacuum in law. In my considered view, the vacuum has fulfilled the amendment this Parliament, the 10th Parliament has considered already. But on the issue of making uniformity in the LSD presidential elections, it is a fair consideration. It is a fair consideration to the country as a split of recommendations emerging from different provincial assemblies. We have provincial governments who live in our country, the 5 Highlands provinces and Moroway province want the current mode of presidential elections where councillors are electing their presidents to be maintained for this election, and of course the rest of our provinces want the people to elect the president. So we do have these 2 different modes that also has added to the congestion and resource allocation and administrative process, especially on securing relevant ballot papers and relevant ballot materials, voting materials. I want to inform to this supplementary Governor and every one of you, as I speak today, all relevant materials are now processed, finalized, prepared, and I want to thank the Australian government. We had made a call to them in terms of printing the ballot papers. Our own government printing was not able to print out the correct required ballot paper type. And so a call was made and we procured those printing overseas, and they have been lifted, prepared, and in fact the Australian government has also gone out to make sure the logistics and delivery to our provinces will take place, so it is to finalize and prepare as we speak. But coming back to the 2 types of presidential election again, all of us, all leaders and all provinces, we must decide on one format. If you ask for my own personal view, my view is people must elect a president, but again, my view is not all by and all. Commission precedent to the collective views of all of us, especially resolutions from the provincial governments concerned on your choice of mode of election. Let's study this part of our 50th anniversary law changes from this year to next year, September 16 or 15. We must clean up some of this so that we prepare our country to live beyond 50 years uniform manner, shall be able to answer to him as expectation is.
We have another supplementary, Honorable Governor for Pacific.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My supplementary is quite short. Number one, first of all, let me express my gratitude to the PM for his commitment for the midterms, because I think that's the right way to go. But I think you need to, the first question is, I don't recall having passed this particular amendment. And you could ask your lawyers, and if not, I want you to give a commitment to bring the amendment to the floor to you, Mr. Speaker. The second one is, this is taken from my work as the chairman of the Special Committee on Elections. These 543 wards, could the Prime Minister also, in his undertaking to give us a response later on in detail, could you also bring to the House these 543 wards? And so we can be transparent about how these wards are being created. The information I've received, Mr. Speaker, by way of a very short explanation, is that some members of Parliament create additional wards so that they can use it when it comes to elections. So we've got to tidy up this correlation between the new wards, whether they're real wards or mythical wards. And therefore, if the Prime Minister could give an undertaking to bring that list of wards to Parliament, so you know that it's something to work on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good supplementary question, Governor City. The new words, one of the ministry processing cabinet is approved. Public, direct come over here, Governor looks out. And also, talks out of people, talks out of Parliament, the process, the creating this particular work. How much particular work is that? I don't know how to task to work it. It's proper for a country to know which are the new words created. I'll get the minister concerned. Not this question has come to me, so sometime this time next week, the Parliament can give me a time to make a response on this one. The country itself to know it. The population is increased, the process from daily people go to, when we talk about the union organization, everyone in the clear, all the provinces too can look at because councillor, very important leadership. Whatever, I think there was a campaign not too long ago, people are approving the looks out some of the resources too, normal councillors leading. At time Mr. Pepper County thought, work the whole must come up clear to. If you make it from a provincial government, no one local is clear. Working local DJ, no one local clear, so we will attack part of these clearance we will work with. We will very soon, Governor of the Pacific, we will get the full report out on which new words are created, those that are being deferred in terms of the elections, and also in the same paper, I think it's advisable to indicate to this House what other process and steps required for works to be created and to take into the
Honorable Governor Blong, Northern Province, Oro.
Why a series of questions related to the Minister of Mining, but also like the Minister responsible for environment conservation will take over, so as the Prime Minister. Why a series of questions pertaining to the potentially largest nickel cobalt project in Bangladesh. The house to local is the Mumbai nickel cobalt project. I'll give some background of this project. One is brief, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll go to the series of questions that I wish to ask the Minister so that we can clarify on behalf of the government, the ministry, so that the people of Rome can be aware of why this project is stalled, continues to be stalled. To get into the particular project I speak of, Minister, the Global Project, Exploration License 1390. We understand that the company that owns the license that applied for mine license, specifically for Eastern 114 and 132. We also understand
understand that some of the mining licenses were granted by the previous Minister for Mining, so we were here without the clearance of the Mining Advisory Council. My efforts to get clarification from the General Official Authority has fallen objective. I sent 2 letters requesting information. I don't even receive one acknowledgement from this organization on my letters that I have written seeking clarification on behalf of my people. And hence my question to you. Minister, I believe that the MRA has done its technical assessment of the application and has made its report to the MSC for deliberations. But today, nothing seems to have been with the vote. Yet the mining minister, please advise whether the Mining Advisory Council has dealt with the matter, and if so, what was the MSC recommendation? Furthermore, I believe that the 5 material has not been registered on the relevant register. Hence, all people cannot proceed with the development of the project. Then the minister advised the people of why there is a delay. Thirdly, I am aware that the Mambara project in our province has the potential to be a large-scale mining project similar to the Ramadan project in the Lake province. But the question is, if this project is projected to be bigger than the Ramadan project, why is our people applying for mining lease and not a special mining lease? The people of our province have been waiting for this project for a very long time to develop and to appreciate some clarification on this matter. May I add, ministers, please hold your departments, authorities, ministries to account. They are not responding to our letters. Why is it? We are elected by our people to represent them and query, question. What is happening in our province and the streets? I would propose that these particular public servants who are not responsive, who don't seem to care about their country, they should be sacked. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Particular questions with respect to this mining project. I think we're going to background is stating few facts in relation to this particular project. Now, the overall nickel project, nickel cobalt project, is about 95 kilometers northeast of Mosby. Before my tenure as minister, I is giving you the historical facts about this particular project. It's going through several ministers and it's ended up in my area. I will confirm that I've received from him. I'm not sure what my department. And I will put on record that yes, my department is not being responsive. And I come to understand that in particular, the managing director is not responding to simple responses that ministers or members, vice ministers that have been writing to us. So I am going to put him on notice. Elected members on the floor and the police, and even to me as minister as well. So for me, my department, I confirm I received a written response from questions from the good governor, which will I be shy to call them good devotion in particular respect to this project. The granting of the ML 530, which have been previously mentioned, when I inquired on the details of this project, yes, there was some process within MRA which were not completed for the grant, which Mr. Governor, through the Speaker, through you, I've written to MD, and they met last month on the 16th June. And I informed in my office a letter that stated this month, 20th, and MSC has met a special MSC meeting, particularly to address the questions that is raised and the issues of why we have not started this project. So in that special MSC meeting, it was understood that there was some form of element where process to reflect to MRA will not follow. Thus, the recommendation to me in letter commitment, first question for this year, MAC meeting happening on this project, I told them yes. There was one special meeting that happened last month, and that recommendation has been sent to me, which is the recommendation is to cancel the previous grant that was given by the previous minister. And cancelling the grant that couldn't go back because one of those processes, few of those processes guided by the Mining Act were not fulfilled. And it is compulsory for that process to happen for a minister to grant. So therefore, first question, yes, NAC leading up to that, they written a letter to me which I will we will cancel because the process itself, I am guided by the process. So that process is not fulfilled, so thus we will cancel that particular year for the project. Coming to the size of the project, as mentioned, Ramunikot, I think it's Ramunikot who has some issues we need to attend because one, the good governors himself, the government will take to raise issues on when the expensive problem will happen and when the provincial government will come into play. And I think the good governor being a very understand that once we use the process for mining list, maybe all of SML family will provincial government and landowners they come into play. So I can assure, same as that in the size and magnitude of project, yes, you will confirm on the project and make one cobalt project. Resource definition, subject question will come to confirm the size. The particular application, yes, it's in the mining list form. Unlike gold, copper or EMTV go down, nickel and it was surface doing stripping. Surface stripping, you also nickel and zinc, so the process is quite different. So therefore, they go back for mining list and even if there's any change or extension, we're going to excellent process and the governor and plus the district members will be very much involved in the process to go to the next stage of our SLA. The third one, the MRA is fully organized, they apologize to the American party and they have this prove this question with our notice that he has to respond. And I apologize that my response to you didn't come because your letter provoking me to setting up this special NAC meeting and thus we will go ahead with the cancellation. And Governor will work with you to do this and the other open members to ensure that keeping everything is project through the normal process to MRA. Now mining act to ensure that EL was given the right way when we start the project for the people involved in managing the project. So I commit my department and my ministry to ensure I work with the relevant departments including government law and taking stuff for government, yes. I hope I responded and I can do a written response including the MA recommendations, MAC recommendations, and my issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Nazab.
Thank you, Speaker. We're giving the time for the voices of Nazab to be heard in this prestigious house. Thank you. Questions without numbers. I want to direct this directly to our good Minister for Works and Highway. And I'll recommend the good Prime Minister and also the Minister for Police and Technology. On winning these elections in 2022, the first phone call I made was to my mother. The reply I got from her was straight out, remember your people. Not the regularists. Remember your people. Or joining the 16 leaders here, I've come to find out that a handful of people have never heard of me. I don't know why. but now it seems to be a dark motorcycle. In September the 12th, we had the launching of our 5-year plan. And there was commitments made to the people of Norway, which we are still working on. Norway, the geography of Norway is made up of something that is unbelievable. It's made up of sand and mud. No stone, sand and mud. We can spend 800,000 kina on fixing a landslide, and yet the next day, it's collapsed today. We appreciate the money coming from the government. We appreciate every money that comes from the government. But we need assistance, we need a commitment that was made to push mountains over. We can't go around mountains anymore. We have every kilometer we have a river. We have landslides on the coastal side and on the mountain side. Everywhere. It becomes to an attention that I believe Norway people have been categorized as beggars. We all put here as all kind of people on the blood. We are not the mother people. So whatever assistance we can get or commitment that's made, I'd ask the good minister, please. 2024 is a set of roads we worked on, we're still waiting. I've been asked every time I go out. Sorry, remember you Yaman Oliva. I now would like the people of Norway to acknowledge you're not beggars. On behalf of the people under the beggar, I will take a kneel now. The minister, I'm begging, please.
Now let him talk now.
Rules, rapid. We know nothing is happening at the moment. Whatever we get, as I said, we appreciate it. Finance Minister, thank you very much for whatever you put through our people. We're stretching every toilet we get through our system. We're treating every toilet as our Gina. And we are making forward movements in our history. But please, commitments. If you have the chance, please look at commitments. I think there's a lot of other people in that category. Just help us a bit more. You know, Norway, as I said, the geography of Norway is second to none. Second to none. And it's only made, as I said, it's only made of mud and sand. And whatever assistance we can get, please, we would appreciate anything at all. So, Minister, please, do not forget Norway. I want Norway to come out of the dark corners. I don't want my people to be leaders, but just beg for them. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, for you speak up this platform of the perspective of the good plan. Question, who are going to raise it on behalf of the people of Norway. I confirm that before last year, we planned September 2012 Norway. Now making some of commitment because Norway can be road start to Iraq. But particularly Norway can be particularly sitting there. And we start using all these electoral slowly, establish slowly, also campaign process of mountain side. So, one, if you got some of this week, that's the road will be very important. I'm inviting very commitment from supporting you of this week. From joining and making some of business work and connecting to the field of the city. Now also if you got some of the road, backside of the city. But now I forget them also in some of the places. From this time, I will try to for changes for secretly now. From now, if I start the making some changes to law or funding, if I start putting the connectivity, the floor, the floor of putting as a connectivity, priority must go for national highways. And then, underneath the Islamic by group, if you got some funding, even on these weeks, or on the economic or corridors. And then, we got our funding for everyone in the subnational roads. Subnational roads, they have funds to the provinces, now our districts. When we apply by enough of 100 dollars per road. So some of the funds will be got through the district, and we got a supportive, now also through the subnational roads fundings where every part, even in the midland, or which part is in the venue, whereby is supporting all districts, now our provinces, or provincial roads, because we like to be priority in national roads. That's why some of those funds will be like district are supporting you. Now the number of districts, now our people from provincial roads of country and surrounding the country. But underneath of these leads, and we like categorizing you or funding school or corridors. We can have our corridors. Now, our funding now we have started for several corridors. So we don't have lots of money on the corridor or the corridor. So everyone, this is the process. Now, our funds are living by making, and we have started on making. So, what they will discuss, there will be supporting you by rural funds from the city, also through the subnational road, the trying to have you establish the road, so now the district, every close. So, here from Parliament, together with the last thank you. Speak.
All honorable members, Pobla 10-5 minute long. Ask him, talk sabe, mimi abro si mga tapiris. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that some of the standing orders be suspended as would direct notice number 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, and 161. Government business being called on forthwith.
Question is, the motion be agreed to? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clark.
Notice number 55, the Prime Minister and Minister for Relations to the members.
Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. Fulans, the fiscal planning.
Mr. Speaker, I present to Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk. Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. for Lands and Fiscal Planning. Is leave granted? Leave granted, Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. for Lands and Fiscal Planning. Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Honourable House, it is a great pleasure to introduce to you the proposed amendment to the Land Act 1996, Physical Planning 1989, Survey Act 1969, Survey Coordination Act 1967, Land Registration Act 1981, and Valuation Act 1967. Mr. Speaker, this legislation are being amended where new provisions taken for the electronic platform. This is to reduce cumbersome processes with paper-based approaches and ensure land dealings, including communication, are done in a timely manner and improve overall productivity. Mr. Speaker, each of the legislations have their own business process stipulated that will be improved and enhanced with the implementation of the digital platform that are tailored to the business processes and needs. Mr. Speaker, these amendments aim to reduce delays in land dealings, modernize administrative processes, and improve communication and productivity within the department and its stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the specific legislation, Land Act 1996, amendments were made to allow for the use of electronic platforms and in the administration of state leases, granting of state leases, renewal of expired state leases, and improving the voluntary mobilization of customary land into bankable state leases, building on from the successful Nazab concept. Mr. Speaker, Land Registration Act 1981. Amendments were made to allow for the use of electronic platforms and to the interpretation of the legislation to harmonize with the principal act, that is the Land Act 1996. Physical Planning Act 1989. Amendments were made to allow for the use of electronic platforms. Survey Act 1969. Amendments were made to include provisions on electronic platforms. Survey Coordination Act 1967 amendments were made to include the use of electronic platforms. Valuation Act, Mr. Speaker, 1967 amendments were made to include the use of electronic platforms. Mr. Speaker, you will note from the date attached to these Acts of Parliament dealing with land that they are largely older than our country. Further, the overarching aim is to digitalize and streamline land administration laws to reflect modern operational needs. On that note, Mr. Speaker, these amendments are technical amendments. I am happy to announce that a full review of these legislations will commence soon. They are currently underway. Mr. Speaker, major changes and amendments to existing laws require comprehensive consultation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I commend the proposed amendments to the Land Act 1996, the Physical Planning 1989, Survey Act 1969, Survey Coordination Act 1967, Valuation Act 1967, and Land Registration Act 1981. To the Honourable House and in accordance with the standing orders open today.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Speaker. You rise with partial support to the minister's changes, particularly referencing the amendments to the Land Act Amendment Bill 2025. I am thankful that the minister has now Section 19 clarifies law nobody confusing. And I commend the Minister for clarifying on particularly subsection 132 of the disposal of customary land. And it is now clear that the people must know that nobody has the power, even the landowner, to sell customary land. Nobody must sell customary land. Those of you in Pari, those of you in Katana, Hanumada, my people of Abao, you have now no right to sell any land to anybody. If you think that you have sold the land, that is illegal, and we have to go back to a new agreement for long-term lease. All this Tauroma Valley land, that is so-called land, Greca land, that has been sold, is not sold. You have to now, Minister, you have to now work on a long-term lease for the people so that our people do not lose the land. We own land and land owns us. That's the same that we promote. So this alienation has to stop. No more land, people must be alienated from their land. And I want you to better process so that this provision that subsection 10, a customary land owner has no power to sell customary land, and such a sale is of no effect in law. I want the nation to know, and I commend the Minister for bringing this it's in law, but it's now better clarified. And also commend the Minister for catching up with the digital age. I think we really have to move to e-land management, e-title application, etc. But I have a concern, Mr. Speaker. But I only got this yesterday, so we haven't had a chance to go through it. And I strongly recommend that, this type of amendments to important issues like Land Act, can they be distributed earlier, a month earlier? Can we not allow Parliament to allow the executive government to take control of the legislature?
Yeah.
So that we are given enough chance to study these important laws. Because the legislature, the executive government is now impacting on the legislature where you are the head of the legislature. And those of us who want to debate proficiently, we can't because we are only given notice 12 hours ago. But as I was reading through, I just want to raise an issue which I could be reading wrongly, and that is that Section 15 of the Land Act, the amendment. Section 15 of the amendment reads, power of minister to grant lease direct. Power of the minister to grant lease direct. Repeal and replacement of Section 72. This plan means worry now. Why do the Minister of State have direct powers to approve? Maybe using this electronic process without going to the land board. That is very important. The land board must vet all these things. Otherwise, as we know, Sample Minister is good plan, Sample Minister is no good plan. And so I'm worried about Section 15. I strongly recommend that the Minister can explain to the House the true meaning of Section 15, where he is asking the Parliament to give him power to grant lease direct. And I hope I'm not reading it wrong. Particularly, subsection 72K. A lease issued following the expiry of the existing state lease under Section 65(2) without referring the matter to the land board. And we worry now. Without referring the matter to the land board, and the Minister by law, we as the Parliament is now going to give him direct authority to grant directly grant. And so, Mr. Speaker, I raised some concerns and I only request, I know that they got a number to pass this amendment, but I hope that the Minister can take up this challenge. And because land is very, very important, we must not allow ministers of land to have excess power. They must not be allowed to have excess power to allow direct lease grant. And now that the electronic process has been promoted, it can be done very easily without anybody knowing it, and the title is already transferred, and the agreed people will go to court. It takes 40 years for the court to clean this up. Meanwhile, people have died, they have fought over land, some have been killed over land, and so we don't want this to happen. We really want the land laws to be very clear and recognize customary land. The Constitution recognizes how we have been managing customary land tenuously over centuries. The Constitution recognizes it and looks survey. And in the customary land process, there is no minister in this process, all thousands of years, that we have managed our own land. No minister has been interfered. And now, in this amendment, unfortunately, maybe I am reading it wrong, but I'm reading what is on paper, and I'm very worried about section 15, where subheading says, power of minister to grant this direct repeal and replacement of section 72. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Governor Foro.
Thank you. I stand support this.
Oh, no, sir.
Just a my comments in relation to this. First and foremost, I want to commend the Minister for taking advantage of the developments in technology. He started this with migration, and as a result, we're able to see faster processing of visas, passports, and other activities at migration. And I'm quite happy to see that he's doing this in lands, and I support this. Although I do agree with what his comments that we should ensure that we have necessary mechanisms in place to protect the interests of our people. We are a very blessed country. Probably one of the few countries where our people own their own land. It said 97%. Depends. But it's in that vicinity. Land is precious. It's our form of social security. That's why we have to make a very concerted effort at protecting the interests of the custodians of the land. We have seen many examples of land being stolen, land grab taking place. State land, maybe. But now, more and more, we are seeing traditional land also being stolen. What mechanisms are we putting in place to protect traditional landowners? You know that most traditional landowners live on their land. And the deals that are being perpetrated are made by those who are not landowners, but who happen to be residing in towns. Sometimes walking the corridors of various offices in Waigani, pushing papers or documents. The brigade of culprits that often hang around at the back of broker Muslims with their manila folders and all kinds of deals that they're cutting with logging companies and mining companies and whoever else is keen to come and develop a portion of land for whatever reason. So, what are we doing to protect the interests of these landowners, genuine landowners, who live on their land, most of whom are illiterate? I found that they're illiterate because they're for no reason to leave their land. They've got everything they need there. All their resources are there. So as a result, they tend to be there on their land, often oblivious to the deals that are being concocted for the resources that are on their land or under their land. So once we proceed with various amendments, various efforts to open up our country for investment, we must not forget to put in mechanisms to protect our genuine landowners. More often, we have stood with our landowners on numerous occasions to fight for their rights. We have won several cases against illegal logging companies. In fact, the most recent was last 2 weeks ago, where I was taken to court by a particular company operating illegally, still illegally. Let's please take note. This company is operating in Waningala, Koro province, claiming to be an agroforestry company. It is now encroaching on traditional land, Minister. I have written to your ministry, I have raised this matter with Minister Forest and the Interior departments. Again, no response. And they took me to court because I dared to stand up for our landowners there. I'm proud to say that I won this case 2 weeks ago against this company that is illegally operating on a portion of land known as Utan Plantation, Minister. And now they are encroaching on traditional land. And it's not just in there, they're doing this in a area known as Musa Kugani as well. Again, another illegal land activity that's taking place there. By again, another company claiming to be an agroforestry research or agroforestry development company, also operating there illegally. Minister Lance, you are also Minister for Migration. And you did a wonderful job by sending your team out there to do a sweep of illegal miners operating in Wakalolo. I believe you deported 19 of them. Minister, there are more than 19 illegals operating in Musa Kogani and Utan Plantation. I can tell you, please send your officers for migration to go and do their job. These are examples of what happens when we don't protect the interests of our landowners. The ones who have elected us to represent them, to speak for them, to stand for them. The ones that we must not forget. When we enter this parliament, we must not abandon them and their dreams and hopes and aspirations at the doorways, but we must bring them with us and fight for their interests at all times. I'm sad to say that in many instances, many government departments now, authorities especially, created to protect and promote PNG interests, have instead deviated from the interest to protect PNG interests, promote PNG interests, and are instead serving whoever turns up with some wishful idea and bag of money. And suddenly they have a license here, a permit there, and they turn up, oftentimes with police. They can even abuse our court systems. Now people don't have the wherewithal to protect their land interests. So in such amendments, what are we doing? To ensure that these people, our illiterate people, but our people, their interests are protected. What are we doing with these amendments? I will support this because I see the minister as being a very progressive minister. Getting big stuff. He's doing that with migration, he's doing that with lands, and so therefore I have trust and faith that he's going to do the right thing. But I just want to urge that we also put in place mechanisms to protect our people out there who don't have the financial wherewithal to go to court, to fight and protect their interests. And we must do that on their behalf. It has been said many times that Papua New Guinea is so blessed. It's blessed, it's the land of milk and honey. Most of them are made here. But this is the land of milk and honey. And a lot of people know this. A lot of investors know this. A lot of very ruthless, powerful, insidious forces know this. And they are turning up to rape and plunder. And we are the ones who are supposed to be protecting and promoting the interests of our people. We are not meeting those expectations, I can tell you. If the forestry department is any example, if the lands department is any example, if the Department of Environment and Conservation is any example, there needs to be a shake-up in these departments. Ministers, when you take office in your ministry, the first thing you should do is do a complete diagnostic of your ministry, your department, your authority, whatever it is that comes under you. Find out if they're performing their duties to the people of Papua New Guinea 24/7, 365, as they are charged to do, as they sign their oath to do. Are they doing that or not? In many instances, ministers, I will tell you that they're not doing it. And then in some cases, you are not to be fearful, but you are to be aggressive, especially now, going for the next 50 years. We should be making a very assertive, aggressive stance at protecting and promoting the interests of our country and our people, especially those Those elected landowners who voted us to be here to protect and promote their interests at all times, 24/7, 365. Here we have all types of characters turning up. Genuine developers, practitioners from criminal cartels. They're all here rubbing shoulders, operating together. They wear their neckties and speak their fancy language and bring their army of lawyers and accountants, and we might be overwhelmed into thinking that they're here to help us. I can tell you in most instances, 90% of them are here for their own reasons. Driven by profit, driven by greed. And we are the people who have been elected here to protect our people and screen them and scrutinize them and see whether they are genuine or not. In our own houses, for instance, we do not allow criminals to come in. We don't allow thieves to walk in. We don't allow rapists and murderers to come and mingle with our children and our families. So we should take that type of steps when we deal with this type of organizations and characters. We should assess whether they're here for genuine reasons or not. That should be the question we ask ourselves. And we've got many inquiries to that effect. For example, the Tospanet inquiry. An inquiry into crime, organized crime in the forestry sector. That inquiry came and went and nothing happened. And then the SABL inquiry. Same thing, same players, same people were named, same organizations were identified, also nothing happened. Lots of taxpayer money spent, absolutely no results in regards to recommendations made in those two inquiries. And if they did an inquiry into fishery, I can tell you it's very similar. The only difference is it's out there in the open sea, so you can't really tell. When it happens in forestry, you can see them cutting the forest, trees are being felled, bulldozers are going through, they're trespassing on traditional land, they're mistreating landowners there. You can see it happening, but out there in the open sea, you can't. So it's the same. And it's not just fisheries, it's not just forestry, alluvial mining, it's happening. For the next 50 years, what are we going to be doing? Are we going to be complacent? Are we going to ignore our people and then just run back to them every 5 days hoping for their vote, and then once we get it, we abandon them? So questions I'm just posing here whilst debating this very important bill that has been brought to us to consider. I'm proud that in my province I have taken cases on behalf of my landowners on numerous occasions, and we have won 3 of them. But it's been a struggle because the very departments and organizations and authorities and whatnot feel by public units, by the way, public servants. Instead of helping me and my people, they have fought against me and my people. They have sided with these cartels and presidents of criminal organizations. That's what they are. They might be calling themselves investors and developers, but that's not what they really are. If you were to peel the sheepskin, you'll find the wolf skin right there. And if you even were to remove that, there the snake skin is. Many of them are here operating in our hotels. They walk through our government departments. They turn up here. They communicate with us. They ask for coffee and sit down and say, Mr. Governor, I have some things I need to discuss with you. They wear their neckties and they speak their fancy English and they carry their army of accountants and lawyers. And we're mesmerized by them into thinking that, my goodness, this person, so he looks like Jesus, so he must be right. And therefore he's here for good reasons and purposes. But oftentimes that's not the real reason why he's here. They're here to rape, plunder, and steal our resources. Must never forget that. Not all of them, but quite a few. Yes, I will support this bill. I'm very supportive of the Minister for Land and Migration. He's doing a magnificent job, working on developing technology, rapidly progressing technology. The internet is here. The age of information and misinformation. AI is now here. Finally, I just want to say that we have to start educating our public servants, our people, our children about this advancing technology, and we have to utilize it for the good of our people, put in place those necessary mechanisms to protect our people, especially our landowners. And before I wrap up, I do know that the member for Koyari Yuri has some proposals and some ideas on land management. I think these are great ideas. We should embrace them. They propose how best we can manage our land and protect them for our landowners, our traditional landowners, and ensure that as long as we are in charge of our land, we will remain the robust United Nations moving forward. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Hiri Koyari.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The opportunity to attend my debate. This was quite including with various amendments to the land sector. Before I do, but also acknowledge the presence of the students from the 11th Adventist Primary School in Hiri Koyari District. I welcome them and thank you for sitting for this very important hearing this morning. The same token, I welcome to the floor the member for Civil Government, Honourable Electoral, to serve the people on matters concerning this nation. I also stand here, Mr. Speaker, to support these amendments to the primarily to the Land Act 1996, various provisions therein. And I adopt the sentiments, the commentary shared by the debaters before myself, Honourable Secretary and the Good Government for Oro, Honourable Gary Tufa. But I'd like to add some thoughts, and it's my contribution to these amendments. For the record, on the outside, as the Good Minister for Lands and the Prime Minister would kindly take on some of these views. And whilst I support these amendments, Mr. Speaker, I want to make commentary in relation to about 4 or 5 matters that are glaringly of some concern to a certain degree. First, Mr. Speaker, is in relation to the definition of customary landowners. Under the interpretation provision, section 2 of the Primary Act, it says customary landowners, according to the amendment, will be included the following: means a clan, a lineage, family, extended family, or other group of persons who hold or are recognized under custom as holding rights and interests in customary land, and includes as land group incorporated under the Land Groups Incorporation Act, Chapter 147. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious concern. It has been tested and proven that the ILG Act has been a failure in this country. It is the cause for a lot of litigation in the courts, and this is how it works. In a nutshell, the ILG Act can be formed by, under the ILG Act can be formed by any manner of people in this country. Not necessarily genealogically connected by biology or otherwise, or even related to any spatial land geography at all. There is a great risk of how this ILG Act has been implemented in this country since its inception. The ILG Act, the background of the ILG Act, you must understand, was brought forth by the colonial administration to put into groups in their language, Kanakas, or Blessman, who were not identified or seen through the eyes of the law as legal entities, and that is the clans. And so that was proposed under the white Australian policy at the time. I say this unreservedly, by the colonial administration pre-independence, to give it prominence and to give it cognizance under the post-independence legislation within the process of post-independence decolonization. It's a fallacy and it's a high risk. It's very dangerous. Because we also know that there are ILGs in the courts on top of ILGs, and the ILG inventory suggests spaces of land that don't even belong to people who claim to own this land. The definition now a dangerous one, gives those rogue elements the legal right to have claim over land. We have not been owning this ground. We have people who are going to sit here 50 years without getting ownership in areas outside the river. People from other districts in Papua New Guinea. Even within Central Province, we have this problem. Inter-district and outside of the district into other provinces. Coming into the province. We require, for instance. The same is true in Boromir province and every other province, I'm sure. Same is true in Western Highlands province. Everywhere in this country, there are people moving around because of one reason or another, maybe because of marriage. But 20 years living there does not entitle you or anybody in this country a generational connection to the land that you sit on or you squat. They cannot be disallowed. We have to be very careful and respectful of our people and our indigenous respective lines of genealogy. And number one thing, number two, anything that contributes, Mr. Speaker, is positive and also negative. And that is Section 132 of the proposed amendment deals with the declaration that any purported disposal of land is criminal. And I commend the Minister for this pronunciation again. Only to the extent that it does. But my reservation and my concern, or rather suggestion, would be that we add a penalty prescribed to the criminalization of sale of customary land. It's fine and very well to say that it is wrong and it is criminal to sell and buy land that is customarily in nature and undocumented or not state land. That's good. But then you have to, by law, in good practice, prescribe a penalty. One must carry handy. You don't just tell them it's wrong, but we have to criminalize and put them into the lockup. This is happening. The very people who come and complain about their land being stolen are the very people who are selling the land. Very people selling the land. We conducted some hearings recently and heard some stories and some accounts. And public outcry about people selling land. We have been taken away or pushed away from our land. But hey, who's selling? The buying will stop when the selling stops. So we need to just put that extra part in. If there is a way to bring this additional prescription, the Minister, it's not too late, we can always add this on in a further amendment or adjustment to the draft as they are tabled today. So we should add that little part in and prescribe it. Now, finally, in relation to Section 15 of the amendment, which relates to Section 72 of direct grants, I adopt the comments made by the member for about Honorable Academy as to his concerns. Now, this provision basically expands the scope of the powers of the Minister to make direct grants. The original provision is about the prescribes only 4 scenarios. And those scenarios are now being expanded into 4 more additionals. And those 4 more additionals are these. There is the post subsection A, B, and C. I will not labor. But B onwards are of some concern. That is this. Under Section 102 relates to special agriculture business leases. So by this legislation, this amendment, the Minister will be empowered to make direct grants in relation to any proposed special agriculture business leases. The concern is this. Not too long ago, in the recent past history, 4, 5, 6 years ago, a special agriculture business lease crucial inquiry was conducted. And the Commission of Inquiry returned some reports. In those reports, there are recommendations for certain times to be submitted and cancelled. We are yet to hear whether that particular report's recommendations have been implemented. We do great justice to the country and the resources of the country that have been expended quite liberally on the inquiries that have been held. This one should be brought forward so that we know, people publicly must know whether these SATs have been cancelled as recommended by the inquiry and whether they've been reverted and cancelled and then be returned to the people. A lot of fraudulent or quick fix titles were issued as a result, as found by the inquiry that I referred to. So that in itself is already controversial. I don't comment on section 130 and 131 because there's an assumption that the person, the applicants applying for subdivision and consolidation are owners of the various titles, so it's simply one subdivision, so it's common sense and logical that it should be allowed. And the minister should exercise that power expeditiously in favor of the developers that are coming through. So I take note and thank you for that. Section 100 is also notified that in relation to special purposes leases to a public body. If the public body wants to do a development of access and based on public interest, this is the ordinary mode of obtaining a title. Section 65(2), however, is a bit of a concern, Mr. Speaker. Section 65(2) of the Land Act actually is in relation to grants of state leases under this Act. That is a general catch provision. What that means is the minister into the future will have the power to grant any titles direct, as long as it relates to a state lease under this Act. That makes basically everything. Every title that's related to land that is alienated and subject to state lease is now within the power of the minister to decide and make a direct grant without going to the board. The board is placed there for a particular purpose, that is to provide a screening process and apply its own criteria, distribute assets properly in this country equitably and fairly as contemplated by the Constitution. The nation goes on principles, there's a specific prescription of fairness of distribution of wealth of the nation. Land is a very important component of the wealth of this nation. On it, in it, and within it lies everything that concerns the balance sheet of this country and the private sector. To grant this power to one man or one person will go against the ambits of the prescription of operation of the land. And so this may create a dangerous trajectory for the country's wealth and land administration going into the future. But having said that, I want to also commend at high level the intent of the introduction of electronic data in relation to the records of lands administration in this country, the GIS and so on. And with these additional comments I make, Speaker, I will support the amendments to the extent that I've made the additional comments and the recommendations and suggestions for the good minister to take on board. And I can only pray and hope that we can see some more additional concessions in relation to restrictions of any kind.
Honourable Member for Sinachine-Yangbu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Minister for his efforts today to modernize land transactions in Papua New Guinea and making it electronic space. I only want to make a few comments in relation to his proposed bill, amendment to the Land Act touching on disposal of customary land. In this country, 97% of the land is in that category. Only 3% is in the hand of the state. And all the business of government and everybody, church and business that we do is on the 3% of the land. Some time ago, I remember reading a writing by a very serious economist. He said the amount of money that's in circulation in a country has some correlation to the amount of mortgageable land that that country makes available. The amount of cash that's in circulation in that country. There's some relationship to the amount of mortgageable land that's available in that country. So what it means is that the land that's capable of being mortgaged in Papua New Guinea is that 3%. That's owned by the government. Not too many people, businesses or lenders, will take a mortgage out of a customary land. We all know that. So if 3% of the land is giving us the current state of business and development in this country, then there's a message in there. Imagine if we were to bring in the mortgageable level of land from 3% to say 10% at the top level. That's amazing. That is multiplying the cash flow by about 3 times what it is at the moment. And imagine what that sort of impact will have on our economy. If what the economist says is true, that the cash in circulation has a direct correlation to the amount of mortgageable land. So our challenge here as the government is to find out how we can make more land available for mortgage. When we all went to the campaign, Mr. Speaker, we promised to bring development. So you can bring development, but where will you hang it? You can't hang it in the air. People want development, so we can't hang those services up in the air. We need land, we need space upon which to locate those developments from which they can benefit. So people need development. We have promised to bring development, but the impediment we have is a lack of availability of land. So the challenge is not the people's, Mr. Speaker. The challenge belongs to our good minister, as the man responsible for land in this country, and us, the elected leaders. We have to find a way forward where more land is brought into a mortgageable form. Once you convert a bit of customary land into state lease or into some other form of title, then that land must have sufficient integrity to be mortgaged. The bank must accept that security, that land as security to give their loans so business can be built upon it. That is our challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, to cut a long story short, what I'm saying is I think we should ask our minister to set up a committee going forward. We need to free up some more land to bring it into the available pool of land, mortgageable land in Papua New Guinea, so that we can introduce more businesses, bring more goods and services to our people. And in fact, in that process, there can be provisions written into it that will allow the landowners themselves to be able to monetize and benefit from bringing their land into a mortgageable form. How it can be brought into that form is something that we can figure out through proper study and advice from people who know. Now, such a system is not foreign. Our neighbors in Fiji, most of their customary land is in that format. It is capable of being mortgaged. And the rents are paid to some common pool somewhere and is distributed to the local landowners. That's how they do it. There's no issue down there. They do it so well. So we need to figure out how to do that. I'd like to advise the minister. Now he says, we can't sell customary land, has no effect in law in section 19 of this amendment, which is fine. It gives security to the 95% of the land. However, sale is different from a lease. So perhaps the way to look at it is how can we empower our not to sell, but to sell a lease. After all, that's exactly what the national government is doing with the 3% that's in its hand. The 3% that the national government has got in its hand, it's selling or renting it to lessees for a rent. Once a lessee gets it, he sells it. Buys and sells. It's a commodity. People trade it. Something similar can be done with customary land, but protecting the cash flow back to the customary landowner. That can be done. So what we need is, my serious recommendation to the minister, based on what the economist said that I read some time ago, he said the cash flow that you can generate in your country has a correlation with the amount of mortgageable land you've got available. Right now, for us, it's a very well-known fact and it's only 3%. That's the bit that's mortgageable. So our entire economy, the whole currency that we have in circulation in Papua New Guinea that underpins everything, is based on the value of that 3% of mortgageable land. So why don't we look at bringing more into that basket and then see what impact it has on our economy? I'm sure there'll be a lot of very positives happening for everyone's benefit, customary landowners, government, businesses, churches, all of us. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Governor for NCD.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak to this very important debate. Before I go into the points of the week, I just want to acknowledge all the points that have been made by Mr. Parliament, very valid points. Also, that we need to motion ourselves to raise the issue of how the minister is proposing to manage the show for the resources of our people. And then I acknowledge the points that are raised by our president, government for policy of protecting our customary land and rights. We require the area also members of the services. But I think it's now contribution is really to support the minister. So to clarify your amendment to in fact like assure us in the communication of people believe about the purpose of this amendment and be clear on it. In terms of government, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. Ministers state reduce delay in land dealings, modernize administrative process, and improve communication and productivity with the department and stakeholders. It is very important. On the process of integration is valid, but giving the minister his power or ability of trusting the process is very important. We all know that the grievances to land is a problem. Even for us as municipality, it's a problem. Because some of you saw it, but we have tried before and became a member of parliament, now it's member of parliament, and hard. Mr. Speaker, what do we for us in the city to try to get all the land, get into NCDC, and so that we can start and complete the convention of settlement to become proper plans of us. It's like rocket science. You have gone through the land department or gone through on land board. It's a problem. And we only started to get all this kind of now the Minister for Foreign Affairs became the then Minister in 2017 when the 2017. And now with the Prime Minister, the Minister for Lands and Immigration now, we are getting to start to get access to this land so that we can plan our city. Here in Port Moresby, and I'm sure the other, urban authorities will also appreciate these powers that are, not necessarily in this amendment. What I want to assure Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, and our people is that what is the power here? Now it's the law, Section 15 law, this amendment here. It's already in the Land Act.
2016 or it's already there. And the nuclear power that the minister is seeking, it's already there. And apart from, Mr. Speaker, apart from getting these electronic platforms into it, the powers there, you can look as a member for Sina Yogumuki talk, accessing customary land. It's already provided under Section 10 of the Act. But you mean Yusim? Section 10 of the Act says we can acquire customary land by agreement. And that's very important too. Instead of waiting, landowners all go and working daily and day, especially in the urban areas, urban landowners out of desperation, all not got income, all not got employment, all not running business too. The only thing they have is their land. So all go Salimia, left, right, center. Why not, Mr. Speaker, we use this provision of Section 10. So the minister through and the department can go and have an agreement, and then they can convert it into a lease. And then the terms and conditions, they work it out so that it's a win-win for customary landowners and the state, and you will get like excessive ground. Very important asset for development. Huh? So this power that now is provided under Section 15 of the amendment, it's already in the Act. And in the current Act, the minister probably has not been using it, so now it come up. I think, Minister and Mr. Speaker, I think the Parliament is saying that use this Section 10. Be proactive now. Go out and help our landowners. And don't wait for them to start selling here and there. Now, you mean talk, what is this? Land grabbing or whatever. Let's be proactive. Section 100, along urban centers, we need Section 100. Section 100 is for special purpose. And the minister is helping us to special purpose here. We have a plan now to clear out the city center of Port Moresby, our capital. People are relocating all the settlement inside the city center. We have a plan to relocate them. And how the minister is going to help us in this respect. And by giving me a special purpose of the Section 100. Kokopo 2 all the Section 102 belong agriculture and business lease. And you may get concern long when I'm going inquiry come up long Mr. Speaker. But it's already in the Act, Section 102. So it's just restating it again in Section 15 of the amendment. So what's like Rausin? I think you can go along with them Principal Act, delete or repeal that particular Section 102. But for some reason it was there, and amendment is not giving the minister new powers. It's just restating it. Section 99(2), it's a list of where government got all building is established already. Yeah? This is very important too in the urban areas. Some government buildings are not on proper list. I think all got COA or I forgot what COA means. Minister by talks about Mr. Speaker. But some government building and property institution, they don't have proper list. So now the minister with that power, which is already existing, and can give him list of government. So that's Section 99. Section 119, variation of purpose and relaxation of covenants, stop finish, NUPLA law. But what I want to say is that Section 119 power, Section 130 power, Section 131 power, which are approval of subdivision, consolidation of list. The minister is beginning to decentralize it to urban government or like NCDC or Kokopo City Authority or Lay City Authority. So these are not powers that are vested only with the minister. It's under the Principal Act, Olim, but it's starting to decentralize it now. So Miplalo City, we already have exercising this power on behalf of the minister. So Milag assure him, you mean, don't you may thinking of some Minister is grabbing so much power under Section 15 of the proposed amendment. These are, I want to assure Mr. Speaker that these are not new powers. It's already in the Act. Yeah. And some of it, as Mivoklotokia, is already decentralizing as part of our planning powers. And in the provinces too, you play local land boards, so the minister will delegate some of these powers to the provinces. So I think you may get some of the concern, because in the past, ministers were abusing their powers, giving ground equal or chronis longolo. You may public la come ground, you may no cloximariap. Online only just fly in. Now that's all only cloxima easy access to land. That's true, Mr. Speaker, or Assistant Speaker now. That's true, and you must be concerned about it. But the mechanism to, ensure that doesn't happen is there. Ombudsman is stopped. Fraud squad is stopped. Now you got the ICAC already is stopped. They should do their work. So, but he got some of the merits where the minister must retain him some of these powers, so that him can deal with the customary landowners easily under Section 10, helping him people along urban centers under Section 100 special purpose list. And the special purpose list, you will get it clear, individuals cannot get special purpose. So business line cannot get special purpose. It's only to public purposes or some, hospital or road or school or some community center. And it's most of the time vested to authorities like NCDC or Lay Urban Authority or Kokopos City Authority or Montagan, City Authority or Kainosim. So, Mr. Speaker, may I just give him this clearance or help him, Minister, or explain him, so you may not think of some minister is after new powers. No, these powers are already in the Act, in the Land Act now. It was passed in, when was that? 2016, no? Long time ago, but it was passed by this Parliament. So you may complain long end, you may get right to complain long end. But we have to go back and amend the Principal Act or remove or repeal those particular clauses, I must come in. But I want to assure everybody that Minister is not bringing new powers that is not already there. I think you may not get scrutiny this longer time, so you may worry go. When we see it now, you may worry long. I think the side long there's a provision about cannot sell customary land here. I think that's a valid point. It's already law. I'm stopped as well. All man miri all selling ground here to walk him illegal kind here and there. So, Mr. Speaker, I think me one bill law proposal of member law he requiring there must be some penalty clause. Penalty against you said buy him. You say it's illegal now you go buy him. Now you said it's salim. Because the problem is that line all salim too. So that comes back to the point me talk Kenya that government needs to be proactive. I think our people wants to support the government, support development. But you mean not proactive, so all stop now, all thinking now. Me by selling ground here. Because they have no other ways of income. The other thing too that Mr. Speaker or Assistant Speaker may mention him is that even though this Land Act only covers 3% of the land in PNG, but now you may talk about customary land, but the fact of the matter is that we are accessing customary land through other acts, like Mining Act or Forestry Act or whatever, Agriculture Act. Or, you may get this special mining list when I'm logging whatever permit, kind of thing. So, in fact, customary land is not and customary ownership is not an impediment to development. And it shows that if we negotiate and if we go and sit genuinely with our customary landowners, they will cooperate with the government or developers. But they must be given all the aspects of development or the pros and cons of whatever is going to take place. Then they will make a conscious decision. So meeting of them, you mean you can rush to us though, convert him or customary land into state land or into a lease. We go and negotiate with them genuinely. And I think our people will, arrive at a win-win outcome. So that's basically my contribution, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, me like Sanap Long, Banisim Tok Tok, you me Tok Tok Tete. In the face of our 50th anniversary, some of these corrective updates in our laws must be made so that you may secure in future of our country, me. Ground something where you may all sit down again. No got one pla picking blow this country, landless. All of us are linked to a land somewhere in our country. And so, Banisim, this ground issue is very, very important. I mean, I commend him, Deputy Prime Minister, as well as Minister of Ground. I mean, put in plenty concerted effort into this law work. One can also Governor Bloro, he make him talk also. I mean, work look any creative efficiency, like immigration right now. That is, suppose you go and you like apply long visa come country, it takes us less than or around 2 minutes for a visa to be processed for those who are coming into our country. Again, ICT-based, electronic system update. So technology, ICT is now available to assist us. Quick time moving and increase efficiency, eliminating inefficiency in our system. Our relevant ministers, for instance, Minister of Finance has been instructed already. Minister for Public Services also has been instructed. Selection of workman must be ICT-based, artificial intelligence to assist. Tender procurement of goods and services in our country must be ICT-based, artificial intelligence assisted. Eliminating personal preferences and people moving file from office to office. That is many times delayed in us arriving at an efficient system to deliver quality selection choice for NEC to make, or in this instance, land boards to make. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this la reform Lands Minister Ikarenka Minoras in Power Blong Lands Board. Power Blong Lands Board is top yet. But we want to tidy the system in which efficiency is arrived. We deal with land matters at the very earliest. This reform will still run its course in the judiciary. We're working with the Chief Justice Office also to use ICT to drive many of these efficiency that is required in our system. We like asking Parliament to give him support long Lands Minister. And if there are other ways where we can look and improve this law, I propose that we establish a bipartisan committee to look into this matter. The reason is simple. This law, you may bring him come today and must, can offend him right long all people. Right long all people must be secured forever. You may now, for instance, like asking more to go along business, agriculture, or forestry, or fisheries, or real estate, whatever it is, sit down on top of the ground long all. Our people own land. How do we identify them as real person, ground block, so that land could be a bankable land in his or her country? Right now, this ground is not bankable. So we're also working to find ways to make that land bankable for that person. I mean, no need long wait as all and power, oil and gas, gold, land of value, no that. Ordinary ground of value, Mr. Apna. Me, I must long this reform. For instance, I'm protecting Orlando urban areas. One of the greatest pain I live with is Motu Quaitas losing their land. And I'm happy that this law is able to secure further erosion of limited land they have and giving protections that no one sells or no one buys, and a clan or a person alienated from his or her land forever. So we're trying to tidy this space. Our people and their link to the heritage through land is secured perpetually, and any work in as far as land is concerned, is done through a proper way, in most instances lease, and only in few instances, especially when state have to procure for infrastructure, roads, schools, bridges, state can procure. But most land are still organized in a lease manner going forward into the future. This is the greatest asset the independent generation, the Somali generation, has gifted our country. That land is not alienated from our people. The lands minister is trying to tidy efficiency in this place, protect our people's land right. And I ask both sides of the House, let's give support to the minister. And if there are any areas that we feel needs to be further improved in law, from this side of the House as leader of the government, I want to give assurance to members on both sides that we will work together. I think the Lands Committee already is, Parliamentary Committee already is in place, headed by, if I'm not wrong, the member for Hirikwari, pertaining to the fact that people of Hirikwari, people of Motu Koita, have felt the greatest pinch or punch or slap in the face that they've lost many of the land, and we rightfully so, even though he's sitting on the opposite side, we've allowed him to be chair of this committee. Both sides can work and look into this law. If other areas need to be improved, we improve on this. So our people still have access to the land. I want to announce also our government is looking at a policy where properly registered traditional land, you can go and borrow against it and do business, do house, whatever it is. So this is an important precursor to giving value to our people and the land they own as they march beyond 50 years of our nationhood. So I want us at the juncture to support the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands, and further reforms could be on the table as a work for us this year and next year before our 51st. Thank you too much.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Land Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Aye. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I would like to thank the House for its support, but at the same time clarify a few issues that have been brought up, and at the same time advise the House that all the issues brought up have been noted and will be taken into serious consideration in any further amendments that we do, including the current ones. I would also like to, before that, congratulate the Deputy Opposition Leader, Honourable James Donald, on his appointment as the Deputy Opposition Leader. I would also like to congratulate Honourable Miring Toro on his appointment and winning of the seat of Central Bougainville. Bougainville is an important place for us, and a good place to look him. You come see now here, making mouse lot people of Central Bougainville. With a lot of the issues pointed, let me explain a little bit more. All the issues pointed out, but I'd like to commend Governor Pakop for his insight into this. Governor Pakop's insight into this and explanation has ultimately explained what we have been trying to do here. And the issues that Governor Pakop pointed out are constraints that have been facing the Lands Department for a long, long time. In effect, for any improvements, government has taken this seriously. That is why we government has appointed the Parliamentary Committee on Lands and has made the Honourable Keith Iduhu, who sits in the opposition, as chairman because of his insight into these sort of things. That is why we appointed the Honourable Keith Iduhu, because we respect the responsibility that is bestowed on government, so it needs both sides of the House to ensure that we do the right thing by our people, because land is very sensitive and land is very important for our people. So your appointment as a chairman is no coincidence. For the issues, the amendments to the Act, especially on the powers of the Minister to grant lease direct, most of these powers are existing. Most of the powers are existing, as Governor Parker pointed out. One I would like to highlight, especially because all explanations have been made, is a lease to be issued following the expiry of an existing state lease. This is especially made, most of these are especially made to fast-track doing business in Papua New Guinea. Most times when it goes and sits before the Lands Department and the Lands Board, it takes up to 1 to 2 years to renew your current existing lease. It is not about a new lease. It is about the current existing lease. Let's say steamships, for example, in downtown Port Moresby, who has a couple of 100 million kina building there. Once it's done, it is an automatic. Lands Board will automatically give that lease. So it makes it the process much, much shorter now and makes businesses more confident to do business in Papua New Guinea. It just cuts out the cumbersome process that is entangled in the Lands Department, which I am the first person to acknowledge. This one is not just something that is new. It is something that is to make certain business is done properly and we give businesses the confidence to do business in Papua New Guinea. Most of these acts and amendments is to solidify what is existing under the current Land Act and the powers bestowed to the Minister. As for Section 10, which Governor Parker once again pointed out, Section 10 is already existing. It is to solidify that. And I would like to commend to you, House, look at Tuhava. That is a perfect example. 585 hectares that belongs to the landowners. The state does not own it. But the state converted that lease in consultation with the landowners, converting 585 hectares, utilized in consultation, and now the people of Roko in Tuhava have now a building in partnership with their development partners, close to 10,000 homes. The first 20 homes have been sold. That development for the first 4,000 homes will constitute, they own part of this, will constitute a 1.6 billion kina return to the people, the landowners themselves, the customary landowners. Government will not take anything out from that. The only thing, the plus is that without any infrastructure input from government, except for policy and subdivision and land board recommendations, the take from government now will be receiving nearly 45 to 50 million kina in returns to state through power, water, land rates at an average of 500 kina per 4,000 or 10,000 homes is about 5 million kina per annum return with not single one toya into this infrastructure development. It creates homes, puts roofs over heads for people, and it also creates employment for people and leaves ownership with the landowners in their business arm. And it gives them a bankable title, like what Honorable Karenga Kua pointed out, and I wish he was here to listen to my explanation to him. So it would be nice to explain that. So that it gives commendations to the issues that he brought up. It frees up and guarantees our traditional landowners a good title that is bankable for tenants to use. For protection, the laws to protect traditional customary landowners to sell the land, it is not a bad law. Land is the essence and underlying of all of us. It is to protect our people from themselves. We get a lot of complaints everywhere, including Lopez Plumia too, including especially the people of Motu Koitabu, of people selling land willy-nilly with government which has no control over it. And after consultations with the Honourable Keith Idu in an informal conversation, we have brought that into place to protect our people of Motu Koitabu. So Kandre Nogan Salim lo pipe kina, Pikinini Nogan Salim lo 5,000 kina or 10,000 kina. You let Salim, you consult when the government said na Salim. You know Salim lo like blue na bian suri talk lo lens minister and the talk. You Sali ground blow me. No ground blow me, but me bla government Salim. Customary land on the ground. We are putting in a process to guide the process. So you know can Sali lo Kongkong or Sali lo Napla man or Sali lo kind man about. Come lo government acquire him, convert him, go good, put him, help him papa ground so you can see na anta lo ground you for perpetuity. Lo stop him, you mean lo Sali ground long number na bian blaming government lo disla heavy blaming. So disla law come lo halibim government. Halibim people. So the government can work on them people, lo you mean work him good, na people blame me, you mean must look at him all, na sit down good. Especially in our urban peripheries. Because this la plenty complain you miss sim over the time lo government responsible lo Sali ground. Customary ground ground blue. No ground lo government lo mi bakam Sali ground blue. Kandre blue Salim, pingin blue Salim, bian you should talk lo government. So this la law now lo mi plus straight him good, sit down him good. So this la law and by protecting people, lo no can Salim ground outside nothing. You must Salim good, convert him good, work on the government. You let Salim straight, you acquire him, go to government acquire him, convert him, go state lease, na you may work one them online developer, na free map ground. It is to protect our people. It is not for land grabbing or anything else. The electronic processes that we have pointed out, Honorable House, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is to also protect against this. We have titles that are duplicate, triplicate, title on top of title, survey on top of survey, kind something on top of something. With the electronic process now, Empa working good through, so by rousing orgara disla, or kind passing nungu di kamaple, now also by fast track him, Mr. Assistant Speaker, fast track him disla process blame, so you know, you miss on 3-4 years, lo working on the land conversion, and by working hurry up, now you may got proper record, na man in on absani survey nothing, in on absani title nothing, by got signature stuff inside, Mr. Assistant Speaker, so Mipla can say, usat play want all this title, na record, talk missing records, na kind something else, you know, na come up more. Let me point out, Mr. Assistant Speaker, and to the House, that the start we have done with the Lands Department on electronic payment systems is an example of what can be done. Also, what was pointed out with the Immigration Department. The current, when I took over, the annual collection for the payment system for the total of land in Papua New Guinea, alienated land, was 9 million kina per annum. Today, as we speak, we have surplus 60 million kina per annum in collection. Not by employing new people, not by doing anything, just by doing a proper electronic platform process. Now, line and collection straight, payment straight, something go good. So, consolidated revenue now receives an income directly from the Lands Department, from our people, 60 million kina. We have now moved some of the outstanding debts that is incurred by a lot of major companies that owes the government of Papua New Guinea $500 million in unpaid land leases and rentals, improving those records, and now we are collecting on that. So this year, we are collecting towards a target of 80 million. We have already surplus 60 million kina this year. Last year was 60 million collected, and we hope to improve that. So that is improving the efficiency of land in one aspect only, Mr. Assistant Speaker, on the collections of us. And if you look at a whole of perspective, the total that the Lands Department contributes to collections at this point in time, including stamp duties and other associated costs, Mr. Assistant Speaker, now collects 170 million kina in total. 170 million kina. That never used to be collected before, because we have now improved on the electronic processes, we have improved on that, and as pointed out by Governor Jufa, is that immigration has undergone the same transformation, and the long lines of standing, Mr. Assistant Speaker, are now shortened. And you can apply for a visa online, and get it returned for you under the space of 2 minutes. It's a first. It's faster than you can get it in Australia, faster than anywhere else in the Pacific region. And that is all homegrown, home designed, and everything done here internally. We don't say much, but we try to put our heads down and work. Mr. Assistant Speaker.
Deputy Prime Minister walking, you got two other ministers walking.
The electronic platforms, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I'd like to commend to this House that it is an important thing, and whole of government should be working towards that. We are currently working at ensuring procurement systems are done electronically, and that will be rolled out in all aspects of government. For the ILG, I share the same concerns, Mr. Assistant Speaker, and I would like to inform the House that I have issued instructions 2 weeks ago to hold all ILGs until we go through the system. I share the concerns. It is being abused at the moment with the ILG system. And I have instructed that that be held until we review the system, sitting in consultation with our parliamentary committee chairman to ensure that we find a direct, better way of doing business and assisting our people doing it properly. So that is something that the Lands Department will undertake to find a system that improves and a system that helps our little people, and it's not abused by a lot of our people. It's abused solely by a lot of educated people. Naisa wokim online di miloples isinam karangi lo giram dongol. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the amendments to the Act are to protect our people. They are not to be abused. They are here to, I'd like to assure this House that it's to protect our people, and further consultation or amendments to any act will be circulated, as the Honourable Sir Puka pointed out, will be circulated for your input into this. Mr. Speaker, Assistant Speaker, I think that is all from my end, and I would like to say thank you to everyone else, and looking forward to working together in cohesion to ensure that we do the amendments to protect our people. A final one, Mr. Assistant Speaker, was pointed out on the Fijian model. The Fijian model, Mr. Assistant Speaker. That model is good. It is good, but I didn't have the opportunity to visit Fiji, but I had all these good stories about what this model was being done in Fiji. So last year I took it upon myself to go to Fiji for the first time in my life. I went down there, and I had a look at the systems there. I had a look at the systems. Whilst the model is advocated to be good, I don't think it is best suited to our people in Papua New Guinea, because it also takes away powers of land ownership from our ordinary simple people and puts it, the same thing, into the hands of a few elites that when you go to Fiji, a lot of these elites, you don't see, you go down to Tarama, for example. You go to Tarama, you have mansions being built at Tarama. You have really good houses being built in villages and stuff. In Fiji, you can't do that. When you come here, the ordinary person has absolute traditional rights to build a house wherever it feels like, suppose in Papablo ground. And those things we should be looking at whilst trying to emulate the Fiji model. We should look at it so that we do not risk alienating our people and putting power over land into the hands of a few elites in our customary system. It will become similar like the ILG system. So we've got to find a mix, a middle ground that I'm certain we can find, working in close consultation and advice with the chairman of our parliamentary land committee to ensure that we find the middle ground so that we can find the best possible route or platform for our people to utilize their land. One day, Mr. Assistant Speaker, thank you through the House, and thank you for supporting this bill. Thank you too much.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Land Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands. Clerk.
Notice number 56, 156, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Immigration.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Survey Amendment Bill 2025.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Survey Act, Chapter 95, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I take note the Parliament referred to my previous speech already said that covers this.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Survey Act, Chapter 95, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Minister for Lands and Physical Planning and Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Survey Act, Chapter 95, and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Notice number 157, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Immigration.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Survey Coordination Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Survey Coordination Act, Chapter 203, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like Parliament to take note of the speech I already made, which covers this also.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. Lands, Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Survey Coordination Act, Chapter 203, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
That reading, a bill for an act to amend the Survey Coordination Act, Chapter 203, and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 158, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Immigration.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Fiscal Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Valuation Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Valuation Act, Chapter 227, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like Parliament to take note of the previous speech said, which covers this also.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Valuation Act, Chapter 327, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
A bill, that reading, a bill for an act to amend the Valuation Act, Chapter 327, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 159, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Immigration.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Land Registration Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Land Registration Act, Chapter 191, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask Parliament to take note of the speech already made that covers all of this.
I see we have questions been put, but there's a minister who wants to debate.
Thank you,
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like to thank you, long, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Lands and Fiscal Planning, and Minister of Immigrations. No good amendment that may come through. Taking cue long. Plenty of debate opinions na debate where Prime Minister come up him. As you may go inside long, step inside the next 50 years of our nation's history. Mr. Speaker, I may like to thank you, Lord Deputy Prime Minister, Lord Simon Amendment come. Plan the debate and me go straight. Na me one bill all get a debate. Mr. Speaker, while me deal or this Land Registration Act 1981, me like talk of some country blow you me binding up facing this problem the ground now. Suppose you may be in country been allowing this land mobilization and need long Macquarie government. He been trying to come up in 1999, become long 2000 year 2000. Plenty of NGOs have been kissing cranky. Now only going to protest now. Plenty lives, long students been loose now this time. Plenty misleading statements. Only misleading country blow you mean. If suppose you may be allowing this time, why you got heavy no ground today? Idea no this time no land reform. No helping Papa ground, no registering more ground law so that they can become a bankable document. And because of some NGOs only grabbing more run tintin at the World Bank by comes in ground blue mean, IMF by comes in ground blue mean. Cranky tintin. By me no got dispute law, said me Papa true Papa ground. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, what me like talk law today, number one something. Me like him, Lands Minister, he must take serious note law this plan. Well, 99-year lease he been come up before law independence law you mean. Time all law land lease me expire. He must go back to Papa ground. He must go back to Papa ground. State in Ogan Kisim na salimidol foreigners. Consultation must take place. Time 99-year lease where you been come up before the independence and be expire, go back to Papa ground. Talk to a good law, only like making one law this ground. Me lining also plenty laws for 99-year lease. Lands Department, you selling law foreigners. Even you mean yet, you mix with the ground nothing. You mean consult on the Papa ground law when land use plan only got law in. And we must stop now. We must stop now. Time when them ground and we expire 99-year lease and we come up, go back. Lord Papa ground, consult on them all, ask him, like na tintin law when them something like making Lord Splat ground. Salim traditional ground, and you may talk to please. By no got no sale no traditional ground, you go all not law line, whether Papua New Guinea or foreigner. Suppose ground, only Salim finish, he must go back to Papa ground. One man or one Mary no can go around and talk the same ground, Lumina and Salim ground. Consultation must come up one time, clan group, properly, before any transaction of ground can come up. Not something. Me surprise, Mr. Speaker. Land the old foreigner only on him ground, no country blow you mean. Auna only on him ground, no country blow you mean. Now you mean you know not go na buy him ground, no country blow hole. Me like talk also. While me no like discouraging foreign investment no country, any business lo buy come up lo ground must be done in partnership. One time government blow me or one time Papa ground. Foreigner must look and on him ground lo country blow me outright. And must stumble. You must work him long. Make sure that any foreigner like making business lawyer must be done in partnership. Now, me like him too, also time he may go forward the next 50 years. There should be no more 99-year lease no country blue me. Whether along special agricultural lease or any form of lease. Because we will not live to see the 99-year lease and by expire. Suppose you may work in oil palm. And while on oil palm, all get us 99-year lease, example in West New Britain, time and expire must go back to Papa ground. So from here on, time we may like work in lease, no special agricultural lease, and we must no life no this project. Example, so what you may plant in oil palm life it at about 35 years. Lease you may must start 40 years. Give him 5-year gap. the developer by renegotiating not the lease can want the proper ground. There should be no more 99-year lease. The country blue, you mean. Mr. Acting Speaker, Mr. Speaker, plenty time, me looking, you may complain of ground blue, you mean. Ground and life blue, you mean. Time me, you may come to discuss land issues or country blue, you mean. Land may become a big ground, big issue of the country. We looking plenty of 11 centers. All settlers will come inside. Only take over the ground or proper ground. Now you mean what control land? Me like me all member of the parliament must take responsibility. Kind of some of animal green. Me set him aside some of the money. We go to proper ground or only start registering ground law. Plenty time you may talk about some more, you may Larimol, Papa Ground or let it go. But you mean must take responsibility, take leadership, no help him more Papa Ground. Plenty don't look at money. Using DSI people in me, using PSI people in me, help him more Papa Ground or registering ground law so that only can use him this plan or make him business. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm more legally talk me like make him, but me like him also, Mr. Speaker, on 99-year lease. No, before I come, time 99-year lease may come up, and must go back to proper ground. Going forward, we must look at more 99-year lease. You may look at more asylum ground law, all foreigners. You must stop him. Land the Aswam come up to Lands Department. You must take him go through Lands Department. And one big issue. You may talk. You may can come to debate, lawyer, but suppose you may not fix him all institutions plus state law, you may. And will everybody stop here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your Minister for State Enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise to commend our good Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Fernandez, for bringing these much-needed amendments to the legislation, the different legislations. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we as a developing country need foreign investment. And for those who want to invest here, they want to be sure that any title that they are given, whether it be agricultural lease or even a state lease upon which they can build, for example, the titles themselves must be indefeasible, meaning that when they have a title on the face of it, no one should challenge it. And if titles have been obtained by fraud, then they can be set aside. For too long, we've had instances where in our very own land department, investors and even our own business people have been issued 3 or 4 different titles over the same land. And fortunately for all of us, under the leadership of our Deputy Prime Minister, this has slowly been improved and changed. And now what you see is that when you get a title from the Lands Department, you will know that there is only the only one title that you are receiving. So things look good for us. And Mr. Speaker, before the Land Act was passed in 1996, prior to the Land Act coming into force in 1996, all vacant land in this country belonged to the state. All vacant land, except those who were being cultivated and which were being handed upon by our people. They were known as rights which our people had. But all vacant land belonged to our people, and that made it easier for developers to come in and to explore and to bring development. But these days we are beginning to see, for example, Mr. Speaker, where there is an element or there is an announcement that an oil discovery or prospecting is being done, all of a sudden you see people who emerge out of nowhere to claim to be landowners. And they cause issues for those investors to spend all their shareholders' money to pay for exploration costs. And in the case of mining and oil, for example, Mr. Speaker, it is not easy for one to spend money investing or exploring for things that cannot be found unless you are God. It means that you are actually risking shareholders' money. So it is good that we have this regime where foreign investors especially were able to raise money from the stock exchange and come in to invest. But they must, when doing so, they must know that they will not be interfered by so-called landowners who turn up unexpectedly and make claims and make it difficult for investors. So there is a need for indeed a delicate balancing act that we have to take into account. Those are the challenges that are facing us. But in the case of a 99-year lease, in Australia, all land belongs to the Crown. It is different here. In many ways, there are disadvantages with the system we have in here. But the fact that of those alienated land, only 3% of the land have state land, they begin to accrue or accumulate value over the years. But having a 99-year lease forms the basis of this country. Without a 99-year lease, and if we were to allow all the land to go back to our people upon the expiry of the 99-year lease, most of the towns will go back to the bushes. For example, from where I come from in Agen, my tribe is the owner of at least 50% of the land on which the city is located. If the land were to be given back to my tribe upon the expiry of the 99-year lease, I wonder what we will do with it. That is the question as leaders we have to bear in mind. 99-year leases that we have in our country form the basis of civilization and towns and cities. If a 99-year lease were to be withdrawn or given back to the landowners, you will not have a township of Aitape or Vanimo. Everything will go back to the bushes. We must be aware of that. And those leases will not go back to the owners, because at the time the land was acquired, whether it through normal acquisition or through force, the landowners at that time are no longer around. So you would be expecting someone who's not really a landowner to get that land. At that time, the landowner at that time sold the land to the colonial administration. So those are the difficulties we're having. But, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is that somewhere down the line, all of us leaders need to ask ourselves whether we should go back to the system or the situation that existed in 1996, and that is to allow land, vacant land, which are not being cultivated by our people, which are not being used frequently for hunting purposes or ceremonial purposes, whether they should be given back to the state so that they can be used properly for development purposes. But I say it because it can be done only on the basis that the leaders who will come before us will be honest and strong leaders who will make sure there is equality in the way that land acquisition or disposal is dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Land Registration Act, Chapter 191, and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. Fullens.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. Fullens.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read at that time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Land Registration Act, Chapter 191, and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 160, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Immigration.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Physical Planning Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Physical Planning Act 1989 and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament take note of the previous speech that encompasses everything.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Physical Planning Act 1989 and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time, and I would like to make a comment. Mr. Speaker, taking into account the support that the bills have given, I'd like to say thank you to Parliament for supporting the bills. I would also like to make a comment in regard to the land registration bill and the 99-year lease that was expounded on earlier. I'd like to support Minister Duma, who made the comments earlier, and explain to Parliament on the misconception of the 99-year lease. The 99-year lease that we have adopted under the torrent system from Australia is a lease. When it was acquired by our forefathers, the land was acquired outright. The lease is from government to whoever business or developers want to develop that lease. So the 99-year lease has been misconstrued a little bit. So to clarify that, the lease returns to the original owner, which is government, who owns it outright. Why I say this also, Mr. Speaker, to clarify it, we need to ensure that we protect the leases to be bankable. The leases need to be protected at all cost. Imagine if Port Moresby, the parliament we sit on, was returned and a 99-year lease expired. What would happen? Imagine all the businesses in Papua New Guinea that hold 99-year leases. What would happen? We would destroy the very fabric of our society and the very fabric of our nation, Mr. Speaker. The 3% that we hold in trust is to protect development, business, and to ensure that the banks hold this as guarantee, as bankable titles. That is why the economy revolves around it. But there is a way, Mr. Speaker, to move forward. And that is a way that we can work in cohesion with our people, working in partnership with our people, for them to work together to us, the future, to negotiate for them, for state to acquire the lands, exactly like what we did in Tu Harbour, utilizing the Section 10 and also working with some of the proposals put forward by the Parliamentary Committee Chairman, the Honourable Keith Idu, to find a middle ground that we can work and make our landowners also benefit from bankable titles, and to at the same time give, Mr. Speaker, give confidence to businesses. No businesses will come and invest if they have no guarantee on security of title. That is a fact that we cannot disregard. So it is the state's role, the state's ownership to ensure that we protect those titles so that we do not let our country dissolve into anarchy because of complaints, of disputes over alienated lease titles. State has to protect this at all costs to ensure that these titles are bankable and these titles are utilized for business and development in our nation. It is not an easy decision, but it has to be done so that we can protect further investment for the security and the very fabric of society that we sit on. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Planning Act 1989 and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 160, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Immigration.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Nazab Land Development Authority Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for the creation of the Nazab Land Development Authority to administer the land acquired under the Land Act 1996 for the Nazab Land Development and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. Folan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Deputy Prime Minister and Mr. Folan.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker and members of this Honourable House, it gives me great pleasure to present to you the proposed Nazab Land Development Bill 2025, a significant legislative initiative that seeks to transform the landscape of land development in our country and to build one of the first towns that we have ever built since independence. Mr. Speaker, the Nazab Land Development Bill 2025 implements National Executive Council Decision number 226 of 2023, which approved the National Land Partnership Policy Framework and identified the Nazab Township development as a pilot project under this framework. Mr. Speaker, this policy framework emphasizes the essential role of the private sector and the mobilization of land under various tenure arrangements, including state leases, freehold land, and customary land. This bill is an important step towards creating a conducive environment for private investment in land development. Mr. Speaker and honourable members, the current legal regime is inadequate for the development of towns and cities. It does not provide a dedicated mechanism for coordinated land allocation, physical planning, or the construction of trunk infrastructure necessary for modern township development. There is a pressing need for specific legislation to bridge this gap. Mr. Speaker, the Nazab Land Development Bill I present today draws inspiration from the Gazelle Restoration Authority, which oversaw the development of the now Kokopo town, following the unfortunate twin volcanic eruptions that destroyed the once beautiful town of Rabaul. Mr. Speaker, the Nazab Land Development Bill seeks to establish the Nazab Land Development Authority, a corporate legal entity that will spearhead the development of the land under the project area. This authority will have the power to prepare a master plan, scope, design, construct essential trunk infrastructure such as roads, power, water, sewerage, drainage systems, and ensure development of the Nazab land into a town. Mr. Speaker, the key features of the Nazab Land Development Authority Bill are as follows. The authority will lead land development, not township governance. It will hand it over once its job's completed. Working under a master plan, working in cohesion with the relevant district authority and the provincial government who are part and parcel of this. Development will be private sector led, with the state playing only a facilitative role by providing the legislative framework. No government budget funding will be required to develop this town of that capacity. Private sector investment and support from development partners will fund the authority's operations. The authority will have powers to recommend land allocation, will oversee the planning and construction of infrastructure to create service land for industrial, commercial, residential, and other uses. And the authority will oversee the development of the land, after which a separate municipal authority will take over the governance and administration of the township. Something similar to Tuhava, but on a grander scale. Mr. Speaker, the composition of the board, which is largely private sector, reflects the NEC's emphasis on private sector participation, given the critical role the private sector will play in funding, designing, and constructing the required infrastructure. It will also have representatives from the provincial administration and the district administration. Mr. Speaker, the authority is designed as a project-based mechanism and will cease to exist once its objectives have been fully accomplished. The decision to wind up the authority will rest with the board, ensuring a practical and efficient closure once all development activities have been completed. Mr. Speaker and honourable members, the Nazab Land Development Bill 2025 will provide a model for future land development initiatives across Papua New Guinea, thinking outside the box, offering a practical framework for mobilizing land, cutting through numerous red tape, and attracting private investment to meet our growing demand for service land for manufacturing, commercial, industrial, residential, and agricultural purpose. Mr. Speaker, I submit to have a report to Parliament in 18 months from the commencement of this law with the view to draw lessons to inform the development of a legislative framework that will be applicable nationwide once this project is done. With that, I commend on the proposed amendments to the Nazab Land Development Bill to the Honourable House, and in accordance with the standing orders, open the debate. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also wish to commend the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands for this another important initiative. Obviously, doing things differently in the 21st century with regards to land is also very important, and that's the way the country should move. Having made reference during his statement, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands with the Gazelle Restoration Authority, I also value the concept of Gazelle Restoration Authority. I think the independence of such authorities is very, very important. But at the same time, I am of a very strong opinion that these are still public bodies. These are still public bodies. And so I wish to raise some concerns on particularly Section 8, which is the membership of the board. And Section 16, the application of other acts. I raise concerns on Section 8 on the membership of the board. There are from reading on the membership, there are 7 members of the board. 2 are ex-officio, one is a Secretary for Lands, and one is a provincial administrator. However, the representatives
of multilateral and bilateral concerns me. Why are development partners brought into this equation? What's the value of excluding our own people to be part of, like the Gazelle Restoration Authority? They were made up of Papua New Guineans who led surveyors, geotechs, architects, engineers, etc., etc. But the composition of the board, for me, for the first time, that a national board is bringing in development partners, both multilateral and bilateral. I don't think this is the way we should structure these important so-called public bodies in the name of pure private input on the development of this public property called Nazab land. And so I raised a concern, Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister recommending to the Honorable House to have representative of the multilateral partners who has demonstrated keen interest in developing the land, nominated by the Minister. By the Minister. And then 3 representatives of the partner developers, one of whom. And so there is 5 development partners in the board, and there's 2 nationals. What's the rationale for this, Mr. Speaker? I strongly recommend the Minister to go back and relook at this. Position of this board. Why are we bringing developing partners? They've got other duties to do. They can bring in private sector, yes, but not multilateral and bilateral partners. Why is the Minister recommending to the Honorable House? Out of the 7, 5 of them are from the multilateral and bilateral partners. Where are the private sector? So I raise grave concern of the composition, Mr. Speaker. I strongly recommend that the Minister re-looks at this. I don't think my multilateral and bilateral partners should be in the boards of Papua New Guinea public organizations. They got their own roles to play. Particularly for them to be politicized through the appointment by the Minister. That's the first argument that I have against this bill, particularly the composition of the board, bringing in multilateral and bilateral partners in the board rather than private sector. The Minister has rightly said it should be a purely private sector development program, but in the board, only no staff. It's multilateral and bilateral. Why are we doing that? Section 16 is my second argument, and that is the application of other acts. I know the act is that there is no funds coming from the public at all. But you know, when we established Kumul Petroleum Holdings Limited, the state is struggling to hold it accountable because they are not subject to the acts that are listed here, like this board that we are saying. That the acts do not apply to this authority are Public Finance Management Act, National Procurement Act, Salaries and Conditions Monitoring Act, and Public Service Management Act. I think the best example was the Gazelle Restoration Authority. I think that should be emulated in this bill rather than just by words on the structure of the law and not a kind game. So, Mr. Speaker, I raise concerns. The principle is okay. We need this authority to take charge of the Nazab development of the city, but I know that there are still issues of the land issues, etc., which way the planning should go, etc. We cannot allow this one board to act, and then eventually when things go wrong, they run into the state, to the government to sort themselves out. And so I raise grave concerns, particularly on those two matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Governor from Morbe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I thank you for the leave you grant for me to speak on this very important bill sponsored by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands and Planning in this country. Before I proceed with the debate, I want to sincerely congratulate Honourable Donald James, who has been conspicuously clear in the Parliament in opposing any matters of concern raised by the government. And you have been good, and I think you have been awarded, and rightly awarded. And I'm solely in that position. You will continue to be, but in this time, probably more constructive, intelligent, and your opposition will be valued in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will speak in support of the bill presented by the Minister. Minister, this bill has not come about because of your initial action initially, but it has come about because of the decision of the Morbe provincial government, which I lead. The Morbe provincial government, mandated by constitutional law, on behalf of the people of Morbe, made a decision. They made a decision to shift the administrative and political capital from Lae to Nazab. And of course, we have had a heated argument in the Tutuma, but at the end, the proposal prevailed. We supported wholeheartedly that the proposal for capital to shift, administrative capital and political capital to shift to Nazab must stand. So, and Mr. Speaker, there are many, many good reasons, but I will only state a few. Lae City, Mr. Speaker, is purely industrial city at the very core of the city, but at the periphery of that city is surrounded and inhabited by settlers. And those land in the periphery of the city of Lae is owned by customary land. And the principle of humanity, Mr. Speaker, exists in the customary land. The people from Morbe all over the 10 district migrating to Lae in search of employment, in search of providing receiving medication and other things, a business or search activity, they migrate into Lae. And Mr. Speaker, they have no land to reside in Lae because the core land of Lae City is a state land. It's a state land. And as we know, Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to acquire state land. You have to show the land board that you have a sufficient capacity to develop whatever state land that has been granted to you. And our people, and not just the Morbe people, Mr. Speaker, people from all over Papua New Guinea, reached by road or by air, they come to Lae because Lae is right in the center of this country. Right in the center of the country, without being boastful, that's the fact. They come in there. Is it accessible by road? Is it accessible by sea transport and air transport? So they come in, and because they have difficulty to acquire state land, they live around the periphery of the Lae City. And to build a city of Lae, extend building of city of Lae, be it in industry, be it in commerce, be it in government, be it in sales, whatever they might be, Mr. Speaker, you want to move forward, you'll be blocked. That is why and they are human beings. They are the fellows who sent us to give us the constitutional mandate to come to Parliament or to come to any system of government in this country. And we have to respect the source of the mandate. We have to respect the difficulty our people are facing. And we cannot develop the city by pushing our people and bulldozing them around like chickens. No, we have to treat them with respect. But, Mr. Speaker, the land up at Nazab, at the periphery of the Nazab Tomadasi International Airport, there's sufficient land around the Nazab, sufficient land for development. And not just the Nazab to this side of the Wara Arab, but on the other side of the Wara Arab, there's a potential, the vacant land there, along the highway, all the way up to Wataras and Ramu, there is sufficient land to develop, whatever development that may be, Mr. Speaker. So, and then Nazab accommodates the international airport, Tomadasi Nazab International Airport. There is a potential, Mr. Speaker, that many international community will be coming to Nazab, either coming and landing or taking off from Nazab. And the population or people coming in, people going out, and all the activities that will take place by virtue of people coming, exposing themselves and seeing whatever around in the Nazab, around Morobe province, will increase, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, and there is a potential, Mr. Speaker, that we're thinking of, some scientists, some engineers who advise us that we can dig the sand out and take the sea right to Nazab. We can do it. The technology can enable us to do it. So not only do we come to Lae Airport to export or to import or dealing with any things on the sea or dealing with sea, but we can take the sea up to Nazab. That is the plan, and with the latest technology, the technology we've got, and more being created and invented, we can make this thing happen. So Lae City, the Nazab City, proposed Nazab City, it's going to be the biggest city. And I think the Prime Minister, Honourable James Marabe, when I invited you, you supported this idea when we came to Lae. I supported you fully. And you assured me that you're going to help me. If there's any land that needs to be purchased, you're going to support me. And the provincial headquarters need to be built. The infrastructure to oust the provincial headquarters, you're going to help me, help the government of Morobe. And I thank you. And Deputy Prime Minister, you take note of that. Your electorate is a session connected to the UN Gov electorate, which the Nazab Tomadasi International Airport is. So, Mr. Speaker, both of you have supported it, and I thank you. You took the matter to the National Executive Council. You just didn't talk and leave it there. You took it to the National Executive Council and get it approved for the development of new township in Nazab. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister, and the NEC which made this decision. Mr. Speaker, we in the Morobe Provincial Government are now planning to move the capital physically, establish the Turumang building in Nazab, and physically administrative block and land in Nazab, so that we can accommodate and oust the administrative and political headquarters of Morobe in Nazab. And now, what it seems now is that when the international airport was developed, Mr. Speaker, was announced, now we have so many passengers, Mr. Speaker, not just the Morobians. I'm just so happy. So many the Highlanders, so many the Sipiks and the Medang people coming and landing and coming into Nazab. Even the New Guinea Island people are coming to get the plane from Nazab to the final destination. That is what is happening. So many people are traveling between Lae and Port Moresby. If the Lae Nazab International Airport actually came to realization, we don't need to come to Port Moresby. Many people will take off from Lae. But I hope and I dream, I'm positive that all of those dreams will come to realization. Coming back to the bill, debate on the bill, I know points made by Dr. Temu on the constitution of who should be in the board. I note that your argument. Your argument is salient. I note that argument, and I'm sure the minister. This is a very valid point, and not just and we must make sure that the authority, whatever authority we establish, must take into account the interest of Papua New Guinea. This is our country, whatever board that may be. We must have, Mr. Speaker, our people there. Our people there. We can trust the foreigners, yeah, we can trust them, yeah, but sometimes we give them more trust, or we give them whatever degree of trust, they can take, they do something not to our liking. So I think Dr. Temo's comment in relation to the constitution of the board must be seriously taken. And I'm sure you're already working pretty hard, and I appreciate your action is taking into account the opposition that has been put, the rebuttal that has been put. As long as it's genuine, they must be taken into account. And I think that's the administrator, as a representative of the Morbi provincial government in there, maybe you should include, maybe the next, you introduce a bill, supplementary bill, so that we can have maybe one provincial member in there. All the rest, I'm not disputing with you. I can understand, maybe in the SADO, Mr. Speaker, in the SADO, you have a big plan. I can see that. You have a big plan to involve the international community, the expert, people who have technology, people who are intelligent, people who have who are expert in whatever field they might have. They will surely come. We need them. We need them. They will surely come. And I'm sure you have in the SADO those fellows who are coming to assist you, and can, as you state in that proposed section, to provide the constitution of the board members, that multilateral people will come in, a representative of the multilateral companies will come in, and bilateral representative will come in. In as much as we have them there, we need to have some our people in there. Not just Tom, Dick and Harry, but people with substance. People with substance will come. But I can see eventually you will have that amended for the good, as Dr. Temu proposes. So that's that. And quite rightly told, Section 16, proposed Section 16 needs to be looked at. We cannot restrict it. We cannot say those acts will not come into application. We cannot say that because, of course, Public Management Act and all those acts, they all come together. We have a government institution in this country which are regulated, and those working in the government institution, they are also subject to those laws. Therefore, and they, one way or the other, we will need them. So I don't think we should strictly restrict, ban the implementation of those or the utility of those acts that you propose in the amended, the draft bills, Section 16. Otherwise, Mr. Acting Speaker, I can see the functions of the board provided, Mr. Speaker, provided for under Section 5, the functions of the board, what the board is going to do. I see those functions well set out, and I am in full concurrence, Mr. Speaker. I'm in full concurrence with the functions of the board. I'm in full concurrence. And then, Mr. Speaker, I see the power of the members of the board. I've already said that. And then Mr. Speaker, and also I can see that these people are going to come and help us to plan, to put the necessary infrastructure there, which you mentioned also in the draft bill. All the infrastructure is there, roads and water and drainage and all the infrastructures that need to be put in. to make sure that they qualify, Mr. Speaker, qualify as a township or as a city. You got them all covered in there. And Mr. Speaker, I think that the foreigners, surely we need them. Surely we need them. We'll check them and have them, and they will help us to make sure that all the infrastructure we need are in there, in the land. Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, that the good minister, you have issued a declaration under the Land Act to acquire certain land in the vicinity of the land in question, state land plus the customary land. You issued a compulsory acquisition, not just for your good, Mr. Speaker, for your minister, and for the good of the Morobe province. It's good for the country, good for the proposed township. Unfortunately, the National Court and the Supreme Court came hard on you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, we will continue to fight them. We'll continue to fight them. But good thing, Mr. Speaker, very good thing, is the landowners, the Olognalo landowners, customary landowners of those land at the Nazab, the Olognalo land, the landowners, they have come to talk to me. We had a couple of meetings, Mr. Speaker, and they are willing to provide their customary land for us to be used to accommodate the new township at Nazab. And I'm very thankful for them that they have done. And provincial government has proposed agreement, Mr. Speaker, proposed agreement with the landowners, and we agreed. We're going to sign the agreement next week. I already gave you a copy of that draft agreement to you. We're going to sign that agreement that they're going to lease their land, provide those land, and the provincial government will pay for the survey of those land, customary land, and also for the fees for valuation. And we're going to help them, Mr. Speaker, to register their land. And we agreed in the draft agreement that, Mr. Speaker, we're going to agree to meet all the costs of the survey and registration of those land, the value of that land, and the provincial government will, of course, Prime Minister has made a commitment, and I will hope that he will help us to pay those landowners who are going to provide those land. And we're going to, and we agree, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed that this land will be registered not under the provincial government, not under anybody. All those land, we're going to help them to do the survey and do the evaluation. All of those customary land will be registered in their name. Will be registered in their name. And they will own it, and they will lease it to the government of Papua New Guinea or whoever is interested, particularly to the government of Papua New Guinea and Morobe provincial government. The lease, we propose that it would be 999-year lease, not 99-year lease, no, Mr. Speaker. It's 999-year lease. The similar lease, Mr. Speaker, that was entered into with the territory government in 1972 when the Olok Nalong clan, Mr. Speaker, Olok Nalong clan, they leased their land to the territory of Papua New Guinea government for 999-year lease for the Nazab airport. And we used the same concept, and we used the same lease term. So I'm so very thankful. Now, Kadre, you yet blow this place, on Nazab. And so I'm sure your people will be very receptive to all the proposals that you're going to put, not me, but yourself. But I'm your country, I'm begging you up from the back. Thank you. And I have already seen so many Papua New Guineans residing there at Nazab now. Even we have not put a political headquarters there, Mr. Speaker, and the administrative headquarters there, and all other infrastructure necessary to provide social services and whatever service to the people who are coming to Nazab, Mr. Speaker. We have not, but some Papua New Guineans, like member for Jimmy, no member for North Walking, is a permanent resident man in Nazab, so he's already become a Nazab. He's already man from Nazab, and is developing his land in a bigger way. is providing the cattle to the provincial government, those who want it. So I commend you, honourable member for Jimmy, for North Waki. And there are many more coming in now. I know we are vigorously challenging the Chinese and all the foreign people, but I want to state very clear before this honourable parliament, but the landowners are now on good terms with the Chinese, on good terms. They're in partnership, a partnership in the business to the utility of the land that they lease. So a big business that you see along the highway, big supermarket, and whatever that is there, don't you think that is owned only by Chinese? They're in partnership with the landowners, which is very good. At the end of the day, they can share the dividend, whatever they make. So, in as much as we're challenging the foreigners, they are all human beings, so let's be good to them, and they should be good to us, and we all be good to each other, Mr. Speaker, and develop, because we need them, Mr. Speaker, as much as we need them, and we're an international community. But, Minister, I support you, 100%. I support you for this bill.
Honourable Prime Minister.
All right. Well, Speaker, me like talk sort of me send up a quick summary that's all. Clearing one or two talk where you come out. This my bill, Deputy Prime Minister, you can't we like crime or bypass it. Many of the impediments in regard to system of government. And we'll give assurance for members of the House. If you look at Section 17, let me talk, no direct funding shall come from the public funds. Trying to mobilizing private sector fund. Biar him thinking lo to have you may work him lo here, but in a structured way. And for the first time, you may build him one block township. Today you're going to town him again, all colonial masters limits him ground him, and town him sinano. You may know set him one block town, and Nazab is just no ordinary town or location. Whilst Borough Provincial Headquarters relocate, you really look at the map, Rabal Nazab and Mistablo, center of country. So by the time we open this road, you may running from Lake Kamlo, Keramal, or Kamal Sem, and Tomadasi Airport. Eventually, Nazab will be in the heart of the country, servicing New Guinea Islands, servicing Momase, servicing Highlands, and of course the southern side. And the location of Nazab coinciding with Leh, and the Ramu Valley into Makam Valley, Wafi Golpo, we want it to be the heart of commerce and business in the country, relieving Port Moresby of the congestion we have here and keeping people there. So it is really in that context. And to bypass, if you look at another provision, let me talk, housing function belong fiscal planning, now subsuming function of fiscal planning into this authority, Mr. Speaker. Today, local fiscal planning board take him 3-player, 4-player, 10-player just to go to fiscal planning.
We have a point of order. What is your point of order? Point of order, Mr. Speaker. A good governor for Morobe has just disclosed to this honorable House that this will be a new city for Morobe province. It is a public city like any other city in the country. Provisions, subsection 17, and fiscal planning not been involved. They're removing the state. You cannot remove the state by law, by including those provisions, section 17, and removing the Fiscal Planning Act not to be involved. That's wrong in my view, Mr. Speaker. The state entities must be involved. Just by provision of those provisions, you are removing the state. There's going to be public housing. Hospitals will be there. Police stations will be there. That's the argument I'm making. But this little provision 17 and Fiscal Planning Act not going to be, and the Public Finance Management Act not to be, Germania. And then including bilaterals and multilaterals. That's a wrong argument, Mr. Speaker. The state is now pushed into the corner on what I view is a public town, city in the Morobe province, the biggest province in our country. You cannot let the state and the authorities out of this by a mere section 17, that public monies will not be used? Mr. Speaker, please get it right. Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the point of contention here, and again, subject to the. I think this law is not made out of sync or not incongruent with all enabling laws in our country. The process that fettered this law is probably fettered through the state process, including state solicitor and all relevant state departments that clears law. The gist of the submission that I'm making in support of the law on the table is sometimes the process we have so much become impediment and it's cumbersome in its own. We're trying to make a one-stop shop where we achieve at doing development in Nazab at the very earliest, to ring-fence the airport we have, to ring-fence the relocation and all other the operational element. In my view, there's a link to all the state presence. If you look at the provisions of membership, you still have the Morobe Provincial Administrator sitting representing the province on the board. You still have the Lands Department Secretary on the board. There is a link to government and government watch and government oversight, but at the same time allowing private sector to come in, mobilizing private sector resources with minimal, if not no state money. A classical example under the Deputy Prime Minister, you see a miniature vessel that to have a project with no state involvement. Our landowners have the land mobilized and investment running the place. Whatever is already state lease, under existing state lease, in my view, is protected. This one now, the authority comes in to work with mobilizing all other land that is not state lease and to work towards delivering a product, in my view, a township, a city expansion that should reflect the way modern PNC should move. I give commendation to this bill to be supported. And again, just like the other law DPM has produced, if someone has a view and if the operation of this law has a teething issue with other relevant laws we have, by all means, this is not 10 Commandments. We can always come back and make changes later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to provide for the creation of Nazab Land Development Authority to administer the land acquired under the Land Act 1996 for Nazab land development and for related purposes.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill is now read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. Honorable members, result of vote of this bill. Olusat oli sapotim oli dok sapotim this bill 61 na noes 1. Congratulations, Mr. Minister. Mr. Clark.
Third reading, a bill for an act to provide for the creation of the Nazab Land Development Authority to administer the lands acquired under the Lands Act 1996 for Nazab Land Development Nazab Land Development and for related purposes.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Leave granted. Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that leave of absence be granted to A. Mr. Timothy Massieu, Minister for Information and Communication Technology. B. Ms. Cassie Sawang, Minister for Labour and Employment. C. Ms. Rufina Peter, Member for Central Province. D. Mr. Stanley Sambam, Member for Wewak Open, for the duration of this meeting due to ill health.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the leave of absence be granted to Mr. Francis Sione for the duration of this meeting due to his official travel overseas.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the Parliament now is adjourned to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.